Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness!
What's the crack? It's your boy Terry Yak. Back at it again for a bit of the Wheel of Madness, boys and girls. How's it been? Hope you've been well. I'm looking at you, Jack. I kid. But yeah, like I said, good show on Easies. I put the head down and drifted off. But luckily I didn't, sleep the whole day kind of thing. But getting into the motion, the ocean, bit of Wheel of Madness, as they say. But real quick, let me make sure everything is ready. And folks, FIFA bought it. Now we're ready. I think. But everything should be up and running. Let me know if I fucked up and I missed something. It looks like it all should be all there on my side. Hit you one of these, and we should be Gucci. But yeah, how's things? Welcome in, William. Welcome in, Jack. Hopefully these are good. And we do need donations. Don't know if you know. I don't know if you know.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show is fan funded, folks. Okay, we don't got no fancy sponsors. We don't got no fancy advertisements. We are fan funded. We need your help, folks. We got ourselves a little bit of a move list. Okay, so Wheel of Madness. Obviously, we got a wheel in the center of the screen. We're getting ready to spin this shit. If you guys want to spin the wheel, it is $10. Okay. So you send a $10 donation, you get to spin the wheel. I could be in the middle of reading out the question. If you send in that $10, we spinning that wheel, we moving on to the next topic, baby. At the moment, we're on what's known as the religious theme. But if you want to change out the religious theme, you want something else, maybe you want a little bit of pop culture, maybe you want some dating, some philosophy or politics, you can change out and we can switch to that theme. It's only $25, and we have locked the wheel for $50 because if there's a particular prompt that you love, you really care about, you want to make sure that we stick on, that's the time to use the lock move. We also have the standard moves as well. So the meme I just seen with Fez, like, I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free. They are $5. If you want any one of those, it's only $5 at any point during the show as well. If you want a specific topic or a song, bypass the whole wheel spin, it is $20. Or if you want me to read out a song lyric in perhaps a funny accent, it is $20. And if there's a panelist you don't particularly like hearing, you can put them, myself included, you can put me backstage 5 minutes, $5. And if you want to just kick on for 24 hours, say come back tomorrow, that is $100. And folks, I don't know if you heard, but YouTube are thieving bastards. Take 30% of all super chats, stickers, super stickers, the memberships. They take 30%, all that shit. So if you want to avoid giving 30% to YouTube and give it to the mods instead, then I highly advise you use the PayPal or the Ko-Fi. And you also get 50% more using the PayPal or the Ko-Fi. So if you send $20 on a super chat, you get 2 spins of the wheel. But if you send $20 on the Ko-Fi or PayPal, you get 3 spins of the wheel, folks. So do yourself a favor and save yourself a bit of money. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But as William says, it's about time, Teriak. It's about time to start that motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. Why'd you have the witchcraft question? Because this is the religion theme, okay? But again, like I was saying with William, there's some of them that, like with the ghosts question. You know what I mean? I was thinking, like, should we have like a supernatural wheel? Something like that as well. That's what led on to the Mystery Van Files as well this week as well. So let me know your thoughts on that. Without further ado, let's spin that motherfucking wheel and get the first topic going.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
God damn, do angels protect people today? That is going to be our first prompt off the show. Welcome in, Crazy. Pull up a chair. We got Jack as well. And believe it or not, folks, we got the best guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Darts, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure, man. My pleasure. So what are your thoughts on angels?
Do I believe in them? Yes. I mean, that's a question, of course.
But like, do they protect people? Like, is it like, do you believe in angels in terms of like supernatural?
Like actively?
Yeah, like in Supernatural they had what's his face?
Like
Castiel.
Constantine?
Yeah, or like Michael or Gabriel or any of that.
Not in the literal sense, I think. Well, maybe actually. Sorry, probably not a good way to start this.
Because he was saying, can an angel be a metaphor for the government? If so, no. God damn, no. But
Yeah,
like we have these expressions. I was like, oh, like you have like a guardian angel,
Mhm.
you know. And then when we talk about like the essence of you are not just physical. You are also, you know, metaphysical or like non-physical in part. It's like your soul or whatever. And then when we talk about when we look at like Book of Enoch and all this kind of stuff, like the basically we find out that the fallen ones are basically just like demons are just fallen angels. So is there kind of like this essence in terms of like the angels? Are they actually kind of like a real thing? Are they aliens? Are they like when they're talking about them in the Bible and all this kind of stuff? Like what's kind of like running through your mind, or what's the like do you think of them more of a metaphor, or like are they actually?
Well, I would
more.
like to think that, like, for instance, like my grandmother, I would like to think that she looks over me. Kind of in that sense. Of course, I consider her a saint, but that's personal bias. I do think there's more than that. I guess would be what I'd say. If that makes sense. More towards, the supernatural. I mean, there's got to be more, right?
Well, definitely in terms of like the non-physical, like my whole thing to it is like when we look at the physical, like what's causing all the motion, you know? Like what's the well, like what causes the electrons spin? You know what I mean?
Oh,
For
for sure.
the whole planet, because everything is undergoing that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I would say in that sense, God, yes. So, would that make them angels? Yeah.
But what would be your justification, or what would be your like? Do you have any stories where you're like, or like anything, any phenomenological experiences where you're like, nah, that has to be. You know what I mean?
I do. Because, damn it, I shouldn't have mentioned my grandma. My grandma died like in the room next to me, and like there is an overwhelming feeling I have of she's watching over me. I don't know if I define it necessarily as an angel, but it does feel like an angel, if that makes sense.
But like, this is the other thing as well. When you look at like the Bible description of an angel, they're like floating eyes or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, the Bible describes angels as created, immortal spirit beings, distinct from humans, who serve God as messengers and agents of His will, while sometimes appearing as men. They often depicted in Scripture as powerful, awe-inspiring, or terrifying, featuring wings, multiple faces, lion, ox, eagle, human, and bodies covered in eyes.
I haven't experienced that, no. I mean, I have experienced like the anxiety of it, like from that part, but I don't see her with eyes all over herself.
But I think that this is where it's kind of bringing into the whole kind of like metaphor aspect, where it's like, if you're telling me that this thing is like it's a floating eye with wings on, this kind of shit. But one could then like draw a comparison with the whole kind of like Sauron thing and the implication of like what does Lord of the Rings mean from that aspect. But in terms of this whole thing of like being able to see and observe and all this kind of shit, and again, like depending on what type of Christian you are, like in terms of like the metaphor essence, like even from the metaphorical essence, like what would then be like the meaning behind that in the story? You know what I mean? Or the meaning behind like, okay, and every time an angel is mentioned, like what's the not that what's the double meaning, but like what's the metaphor representing, kind of thing. To give you an example, like if you're talking about kind of like Lightbringer or stuff or anything like that, like basically any time the character is like holding up a torch or something like that, like it's particularly in Nietzsche, when he's talking about that segment where he's saying God is dead, like the madman is like saying God is dead and all stuff, like he's carrying a lantern, meaning that like he's a light bringer, and then he basically raises up the torch and then goes on this whole thing where he's basically shouting, going crazy, all this kind of shit, making the claims that God are dead and this is a problem, all this kind of shit. But the fact that he's holding up the lantern, that's basically Nietzsche saying, this is the truth. This is like what I actually think. You know what I mean? So like that's basically like the whole kind of like lantern aspect is the metaphor that's important because it's representing the truth, etc., etc. Where he's bringing the light. But in terms of the angel aspect, then what would be the metaphor to them? You know what I mean? That's where I'm gonna, because like I would remind everybody to fucking to watch the yesterday's show, especially towards the end, or like about 3 or 4 hours in, because we showed that the what they tell us and what actually is there are two completely fucking different things, bro. You know what I mean? Suffice it to say that like they will tell us in the media America is like the most dominant fucking country in the history of the world, all this kind of shit. But then, like, you'll hear a podcast, and this dude will have all the CIA clearances or all the fucking clearance, all this kind of shit, and he'll be saying shit like, "Well, yeah, I've talked to the head honchos, and they effectively told us we do not have control over our space, like the aerial space." So wait, so hang on a second, like you show me footage of Venezuela where you literally just like steal steal a dude from a country under an hour, and then like the whole Iran thing, it looks like fucking Dante's Inferno or literally like biblical scenes. Like one could make the argument there's biblical scenes going on in fucking Iran at the moment and all this kind of shit. And
Hold
then
on.
like
What does that mean about angels protecting individual people? Because I mean, I'm willing to engage with that and whatnot, but
yeah, so like for example, like all that shit that you're seeing in Iran right now, like that's literally like fireballs from heaven dropping and all this kind of shit. So like I don't know about you, but like have you seen a nuke go off before or like
there's no nukes
'cause it-
going off.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that like in terms of like they tell us that they have all this kind of shit and it's all like quote unquote scientific and all this kind of shit and they control it and they have the scientists that make and all this kind of shit. But what if they're just like
Do they not?
actually
Do they not
they
have
just
scientists that could potentially make nuclear weapons?
that could be one aspect, or they could literally just have like these angels that are mentioned in the Bible, like these things that could literally do like fucking like fireballs from the sky and all this kind of shit.
Well, I mean, I could roll a d20 and have the biggest fireball. I mean, I'm not sure how that applies to angels.
One sec. I'm about to show you something crazy, and then you're all gonna be like, "Nah, Teriak, this is AI." But I hate the fact that like we have AI pure. Well, I suppose even
No,
before we had
is
AI, they
horrible.
were.
It's so bad. Like, it's convincing people of things that aren't happening.
Okay, one sec. This is one
I mean,
video that
that's like
has it all. Sorry, I need to make sure I get the right video here because like people are just gonna be like, nah, that's bullshit, that's faking gay, that never happened.
No, you're good.
Right?
I enjoy talking to you. I
No, I'm talking about chat, especially Shantae. Like she just roasts me like even when I'm like absolutely like slaying it and all that kind of shit, she still like roasts me and shit. So right, this was an example of one of the things, right? And yeah, apologize for not replying on the Discord, William. But trust me, like that ain't gonna happen with that prompt. I got some shit to say about that prompt in terms of defense for it kind of thing or evidence. But this is one example of one of the I don't know weapons or whatever the fuck you want to call them at this stage. This is one example of thing that was used.
Yo.
So like basically middle of the night, but it's the middle of the day. You know what I mean? It's like they dropped the fucking sun on this place.
Udo Osemuno.
well, when it's dark, it's going to look brighter than it actually is. If they'd have done that during the day, it wouldn't have looked like that.
I'm just saying I'm not convinced that was conventional weaponry used. That was a weird thing the way that it lit up the whole place and then like just you know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that it's nuclear and like that, but you know,
No, it's
one could
definitely
think
not nuclear. You can see it from even that cloud. Definitely not nuclear.
but what this is what happened after it. Right? It done that whole bright light thing and then done a little like light flash at the end. Here's another angle.
Okay, so I'll assume that this is real, right?
Well, I'm just saying, bro.
No,
Like
no,
this
let's
is
assume it's real. Let's assume it's real.
okay. What weapon do you know does that?
What, have a blue light and a flash in the sky?
No, like the weird thing that literally it lit up the whole sky. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like with the first part of it. And then
Oh,
at the
were there
very end, it
clouds?
does this weird blue light.
Were there clouds? I mean, that could be light reflecting off of clouds.
I'm trying to, because like at the moment, to be fair, like to you and the audience, all stuff, it's kind of unconvincing because I've showed you 2 videos. But if I can
I'm not saying
find,
it's unconvincing. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying there are ways to fake all this.
100%. Where is it?
Well, and like they were saying at the end of it, like an electrical power arc, yeah, that would be blue.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you see, where is it? The like this one, like basically this is like the first quote unquote stage of the bomb, right? So rather than doing the like we usually typically hear with a rocket, it's like it basically it's like it's burning and then it's just like going up, and then it's basically just turning. It's like so powerful and so bright that it literally it looks like the sun is rising in the sky, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck? Demuno!
Couldn't that have
Noewa!
been,
Oh, Shindora. You know what I mean?
couldn't that be targeted on an oil field, and that's the part you're seeing?
Possibly, but I've never seen an oil field burn before though. To be 100% legit. and
Oh,
all
me
stuff.
neither.
But that happens, and then you know what I mean. You see this shit as if like fucking Heimdall is teleporting Thor.
I mean, I see all sorts of weather phenomenon like that where I live constantly. Not to that level, but I mean, there's also like right there. There's that horizontal cloud cover, right? Wouldn't that reflect light? It could have been really small.
Yeah, like that's the prevailing theory. I think the prevailing theory is that like they hit an oil field with like a certain munition that doesn't have your typical. It wasn't like a high impact explosion. It was more so like they wanted to make sure it was like a highly incendiary round. I think it's called. I'm not even American, so you guys have got to teach me on this shit.
Yeah,
but it's like a highly incendiary
tracer.
round or something
Like
like
a
that.
tracer that's combusting before it penetrates so that it ignites. Yeah, it's
Or it, JS could be like it was space lasers, you know what I mean, or something like that. But thankfully, we have a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Mo Rebuttal, welcome to the show.
Wow. We're talking about the war and stuff.
kind of.
Yeah. Kind of.
Well, no, technically we're talking
I thought
about
it was
angels. The only reason,
I thought it was
brought the war
confirmed.
thing is because it's crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I thought they was confirmed that they blew up like oil depots, and that was like where all the
I thought so too.
big
but
fuck you
for sure.
fireballs
Yeah.
came from.
that's what they say. But William says,
Nietzsche, shut the fuck up.
"Shut the fuck up, Teriyaki, and
What?
spin that wheel."
Well, I actually have breaking news
Oh
on
shit!
the war. I have a video I can show you how it's going. Can I like show you real quick?
Show it
Okay,
to me in the backstage. But
Wait, you don't want me to present? Okay. I'll send
or
it
you
to
can present either way. But
Yeah. I'll present it. It's
that next prompt though is: does everything happen for a reason? Just everybody, because this one's a thinker. There's a lot of people kind of like just rush judgment on this one. I suggest you take a time to think of this one.
okay.
Yes.
Dart
Let me
says
know.
yes.
Let me know when you
I
want
need
to.
to do this and then this.
I do have to.
Okay. Here we go. You ready?
Ah, this is one of the AI videos. Habibi's on a carpet.
See, this is. I hope everyone who's a Zionist is happy. This is what our boys have to deal with. We should have known better.
Oh my god, man!
You know?
Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
Did they not watch Aladdin, Mo?
That's what I'm saying. We all watched Aladdin. Look at this. How are you gonna compete?
Habibi!
How are we gonna compete with this, guys?
Oh shit! Aladdin's.
Look,
been
yeah. So it's the level 9 summon or something. I don't know. Okay, so that's.
Should put on some pants though. To be fair, you know.
He should. I mean, look, you're gonna wage war and kill people. At least be decent about it. But anyway,
Drew that, but gentlemen, does everything happen for a reason?
does everything happen for a reason? Well, philosophically, yes. Now, does that not necessarily like you can't necessarily trace that reason back to God because we live in a fallen state, right? So, but there's still a reason.
But if everything happens for a reason,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes we are not the reason,
Mm-hmm.
does that not mean we don't have free will? Boom. Boom.
Well,
So
I would say
are you arguing omnipotence?
it's too late for this, man.
Well, wouldn't that be an omnipotence argument?
No, like it just because like
You're saying that it's too late for this, Mo?
Girls are always wrong.
yes.
Then why do they always pick the wrong guy?
I don't know if you want to actually have that
Dum-dum.
conversation right now, but we could totally have that conversation. That's a conversation that we should have. As a matter of fact, if you ask me, I think
Unbelievable.
These guys are asking the
Unbelievable,
hard
ladies and gentlemen.
questions.
Yeah, exactly. So does everything happen for a reason?
I think
Mhm.
I'm in the affirmative for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. But my explanation of this sentence would be probably different than what the norm would be. Whereas, like, usually when someone says that, oh, everything happens for a reason, they're usually like just basically blaming God for everything,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not the case. Yeah, I don't know where else to go with this.
Well, I mean, if it isn't that way, then like if it's not some whiny person trying to be a victim.
Okay, if everything happens for a reason,
Mm-hmm.
then why do children get bone cancer?
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
Dum
dude.
dum. I got 5 on it.
Oh, fuck you. That's exactly where that saying goes when people make it out.
I
be.
find that interesting because we were talking about the Book of Enoch earlier, and when Enoch
Oh, the Book of
was walking with God,
Mm-hmm.
and the in between, that's where the children, when they didn't necessarily go to heaven or hell, they were kind of in the in between.
What? You're saying purgatory? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah,
No, purgatory is not like that's like a fucking new evangelical.
Psyop.
Yeah,
It's an ancient
fucking-
psyop, bro.
It's like
Okay.
a. Well, actually, no. I take it back. That's not Protestant. That started. I think they actually started with the Catholic Church. If I'm not mistaken.
Goddamn
I'm trying to-
Romans.
I'm trying to remember. But yeah, that wasn't something that was, I guess you could say, like first century Christians. That was just an excuse for like churches to make up reasons to like pay them to pray people out of purgatory. It's all nonsense. It's a heresy.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure like I've tried my best to try and give some sort of devil's advocate here.
Yeah,
But, chat,
yeah.
we do need $10 to spin the wheel here because we got none in the spin bank.
Oh,
Williams
no.
like fuck yous. He's doing like he's trolling you by not spinning it now. Like that's what he's half noticed. If he's actually paid attention,
He's enjoying
Williams
watching
having-
us squirm.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like Williams like sitting there kind of going, "You ain't relying on me no more, motherfuckers." You know?
He's
So,
doing the Mr.
props to
Burns evil laugh. Yeah. Well, okay. So, yeah. So the idea that I'll just kind of like, I guess maybe try to flesh this out a little bit more. But the idea that people make the connection that everything happens for a reason, including like little kids dying of cancer, right? That is a repercussion of a fallen state of humanity. That is not God's will. God didn't intend for mankind to be fallen. So that's the quick summary of it.
I have a way to explain that, but it's a bit fucked up. But like, hear me out, okay?
Okay.
But would the reason not be that like that is a reminder or a stark aspect of life where it's like you cannot control, you don't have control over everything. You know what I mean? Like at any given stage, like your heart could just be like, and then you're like fucking like it feels like the dagger in your chest kind of thing, and it's all over kind of thing. You know what I mean, in a moment, you know.
So wait, are you? I guess how are you tying this in? Are you saying that that's there for humanity to remind them of their fallen state, or what exactly is the argument here?
That they're like the analogy I would use would be like think of like a game, like the developer or even just like actually just like writing a story. Like the creator is going to put in obstacles or challenges in order for there to be some sort of conflict or strife or like suffering in order for there to be the growth. So think of like your typical like James Bond or like hero type story. Like the first half, like he's either like top of the world or he thinks he's top of the world and he thinks he's all that and all this kind of shit. And then he has some sort of a stumble or a fall, and then basically then he has that kind of like rise up and you have that final scene versus the bad dude, and then he triumphantly wins and all that kind of stuff, etc., etc. Like the fact that what would be like Quentin Tarantino, for example. The fact that, for example, in Django Unchained, like he's starting out as a slave, people call him the N-word. He has like black people call people a hard R, like white person call white black people hard R in that film and everything. But is Quentin Tarantino a racist? Like that was the whole kind of like woke thing. Even back then, like you go back to when Quentin Tarantino was doing like his early interviews and all this kind of shit. In like previous movies, it was too bloody and gore and all this kind of shit. And then when Django dropped, he was getting things saying, "Oh, you're racist because you have like the hard R in your film. You have like white people calling black people hard R in this film." And he's like looking at them as like, "Are you fucking retarded?" Like he literally has a whole fucking thing where he spurs off. On like how like retarded like Hollywood has become, like that people like can't even draw that distinction. That like I'm showing you what this reality was actually like. I'm not just doing this because I want white people calling black people hard R. Do you know what I mean? I'm doing this for a higher principle. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, it would be the same thing in terms of the quote unquote story that God has written. If you
Doesn't that
catch
kind
my
of
drift.
doesn't that kind of come into the whole art versus
Well,
what's effective?
That so even if you use that analogy, that would imply that God wrote things to be this way, and that's not the stance that I take. So, like evil things, evil acts that exist, or the absence or corruption of the good, which God is the good.
Well, that goes against free will, does it not?
No, it doesn't. How does it go against free will? Oh wait, my stance or Teriak's?
Kind of more so Teriak's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Teriak's would potentially go against free will. Let's see that angle. Because can't talk. It's too late. Because that
also
God is writing the novel, right? He's writing the bad guys. He's writing the good guys.
Well, like,
That's also art, though, versus truth.
Well, I was living in the analogy, I was accepting the analogy and then critiquing it.
but like, for example, like if I make a GTA game or whatever, like Rockstar makes GTA, right?
Mhm.
And that one of the AI elements or AI or NPCs in the game like ends up bugging out in one version of the game of a person, things like it's not like Rockstar actively developed it for that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like when you're coming at it from that angle in terms of like the free will, it doesn't necessarily negate the free will. It's just that there are limitations to what humans' free will can do.
Well, no, that would
With
still
anything.
imply that God created man originally in a flawed state.
And if you fuck up in GTA, you're gonna get killed.
No, it in terms of the free will is from the snake.
What?
Mhm.
The free will because the free will is to say to go against God's commandment. Because free will only gets arises from quote unquote breaking the rules. And I'm being poetic here, not necessarily
free will
scientific.
comes from making choices. Because you can
Yes.
have free will to make a good choice too.
Yes, but if all there is just the rules or whatever this dude says, then there is no free will. You don't need free will. If I just
Yeah, you
follow what
do.
Massa does, I don't got no free will. I'm a slave.
How do you not need free will?
Because it's just the rules.
Okay,
You
just
never
because.
need to. Yeah, and then this is why it's the fruit of knowledge of good and evil is because you
Just
never
because-
need to
because-
actually make it. No. This because it's the fruit of good and evil or the knowledge of good and evil is because you never have to make that distinction whether or not is this rule actually a morally good rule or an immoral rule to follow. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I'm not following
Like if
how
we're
that
to put
ties
up,
into
yeah,
free will.
if we're to put up, let's say the Constitution or the laws from the Constitution versus whatever the fuck these the Jeffrey Epstein types that were doing in their rituals, all this kind of shit, or just like compare like the rules of like a religious ceremony or church on Sundays or liturgy or whatever versus their fucking ritual, like we are able to make it just like even if we took fucking like an atheist or whatever and just like took away any kind of like anytime it mentions Christians or Jesus or whatever, take away anytime it mentions Baal or whatever the fuck they were doing, and basically said to the atheist like which one is like a good one to follow, which one's the evil one to follow, they'll be able to make that distinction. You know what I mean? Or if we threw it into the AI or whatever kind of thing, some sort of like objective sense, so there's no bias, or if we were able to eliminate bias. You know what I mean? That's the like that whole aspect. That like we should know, and that's why in Book of Job, like you should be able to say, what the fuck? This ain't the essence of God that we know to be. You know what I mean? Because like even God saying to Satan at one point in that story, you caused me to ruin Job without cause or unjustified. You know what I mean?
Kinda.
Still not understanding how like humans having the will to choose right and wrong
Yeah, like an AI
takes away free will.
Yeah, like an AI or a computer or whatever. Like think of like a base computer. Like that doesn't have any free will because it just does what it's programmed. You know what I mean?
Right, but we're not programmed to just do what
Yes.
you know. We have free will.
We have free. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
so what
I'm
do
not
we-
denying that we have free will.
Okay. Then I'm confused how we got here.
So we're saying,
isn't there
does
something
everything
that
have free
you
will? And then I chew out like a bit of a bait where like I intentionally was kind of like, oh, if everything happens for a reason, that means that like it's predeterminism, which is not true, kind of thing. But you massively avoided that one. You know what I mean? But we got back to it in terms of like, oh, does T-Rex mean that's against it? Just to clarify that, but just to play the clip as well.
What the fuck is going on right now?
I can relate
Jack's
to
all
that feeling.
confused. He's afraid to come on panel. He's like, yeah, this is philosophy and all this kind of shit. Jack, this is free will versus predetermination mixed with some theology and then like I guess ethics or morality thrown in as well. This is the real shit, you know?
Can't two be same true at the same time in this instance to where like from I'm not assuming God's perspective, but if he's omnipotent, right, then time doesn't really exist and it's all predetermined, but yet we still get choice.
Well, no, it's not predetermined. So, like, okay, even on a mortal plane, and the physics we think we understand, if you had the ability to look into the future and see all the streams that T-Rex is going to do, does that, just because you have the knowledge of that, does that affect his choice?
Yeah.
It does? How?
Because if I knew what stream I was going to do tomorrow, or just that I knew I was going to do a stream tomorrow, could I just not choose not to do the stream? But then, if that is the case, then what I seen wasn't actually the truth or the future.
Right. Now, okay, now take that concept, now expand it to an all-knowing, omnipotent being that lives outside of time and space, and knows everyone that has ever been and ever will be perfectly. Just because he knows that something's going to happen doesn't mean that he's taking away the free will of that person to choose.
Yeah, but this is where the personification of God. I disagree with the personification of God. In the essence of like, I would just simply say God is time. So in terms of like trying to say that God is outside of time, you don't run into that. You get what I'm saying? Because I think what you're trying to do is trying to say, well, God is outside of time, and the fact that we're linearly traveling through time.
You think God is constrained to time?
Not constrained to time. Like time is an essence of God.
What do you mean by that?
Like when you personify God, like you think of like a person kind of thing, or an image of like Jesus, for example. You know what I mean? And that's what you're thinking when you're kind of like evoking God. When I'm like giving, let's say, empirical evidence or like empirically proving God, like I'm pointing to something like in the physical that is unexplainable. It's a phenomenon that's unexplainable, if not for God, an all-powerful God, right? And like an example of that is like motion. You know what I mean? Like what causes the electron to spin? Or if we just say, if this is a simulation, what is the power source of the simulation? What is the cause of the simulation? It has to be some sort of grounding, aka God.
In your idea of God, then, did God create, I'm assuming he created the universe?
Yeah. All-powerful
Okay.
source of all knowledge, ever present, because like everything's in motion. Like even a rock on the ground.
Wouldn't that include time as we know it?
Yeah.
So how can
Time
God
is motion.
So how can God create something that's a part of him when he's uncreated?
Uncreated.
Yeah, God's uncreated.
Well, I'm not sure the confusion.
It's a
Because like
question.
God is
if you just said time, he created time as we know it. So if he is, how is he creating something?
Yeah,
Like,
God is the
how-
unmovable mover.
Sure, you can say that. But how can he create? That would put a beginning point on God. Because how can he create something that he is?
The uncreated created the created.
So God created himself.
No, I didn't say the uncreated created the uncreated. I said the uncreated created the created.
The uncreated created the created. That would imply he created time.
Mo, I've literally given definitions or asked questions like what is or what does is mean, and like actually given the definitions and broke people's brains. Like I broke First Amendment's brain with this shit.
Okay,
by
that's great.
Kieran.
That's great. But
Who's
So the uncreated created the created.
the uncreated created the created. Okay, so that just basically is saying God created what we know as creation. But I asked
Yes.
you if time is part of that.
Yeah,
You
and
said
time
yes.
is created by God.
So then how can he create? You're saying it's part of God is time.
what God God
You
created
see the problem there?
is part of his essence.
So
what
he
the
created
artist created is part of his essence.
so he created his own essence.
Yeah. So like for example, like
So
again
he's
going back
created.
to this whole satanic cult shit that's being unraveled and all this kind of shit. All these like billionaires with like all these paintings of like children like getting fucked up and all this kind of shit. Like I'd arrest all these cunts on that bare essence alone.
Sure.
You know what I
I
mean?
disagree. But anyway, going back
Now,
to
some
God.
people might
and-
call me
and
German for
time.
that shit, but I don't give a fuck.
So okay, no, I agree with that. But
That
anyway,
is
going back
part
to
of
the
their
time.
essence. There's a reason why they created that shit.
Yeah, so going back to God and him creating a part of himself, how do you
What do
make
you mean
that work?
part of himself?
You said he is time. It's part of his essence.
Hold on,
That's your
no,
call.
creating part
No,
of
I didn't say he is time.
Okay. So then
I said time proves God, basically.
okay,
And time
okay,
is an
but
essence
if
of God
he-
that we can point to. That
so what do you mean by essence? Part of God?
um,
Can we get back to the prompt? Because, like, what is the reason, right?
well, like, what's the reason of God? Yeah, if everything happens for a reason, what was the
I actually
reason
was
for
really
creation?
enjoying this back and forth, but okay, we can get back to the prom, that's fine. I think you're in a contradiction. I don't think you can have like God can't like it would go against logic for him to create if he's uncreated to create him part of himself. Like time is a creation. So that's why he's outside of time and space. But anyway.
But he created time.
Yeah, he created time. So he's outside of that means he's outside of it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but like that's what I was saying with the artist and then the painting of like the fucked up shit with the children. That's still part of their essence.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a representation of like not just their physical. That's what I'm saying in terms of when you personify God, you get into that thing of like
you-
God now has to be outside of time.
Yeah, but
Got me.
that's a completely different category. Like you're talking about humans having like internal evil shit that they think up, and then it's part of them. And yeah, I agree with that. But that's
But it
trying to map
manifests
that
in
onto
physical though.
trying to map that onto God is not the same. It's like disanalogous.
No, but like a painting is one physical. The human is another physical. But the human that painted it, and then what the meaning behind that, like there's both like the non-physical and the physical going on there. You know what I mean? Whereas when you just focus on the non-physical, you're focusing on the like that is one and two at the same. Like that painting is connected to that like the non-physical meaning behind the physical painting is connected to the non-physical, like call it a soul or spirit behind the human. You know what I mean?
like their internal state. They're who they are. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, like their mentality or their
Mentality.
consciousness or their mind, etc., etc. So like this physical represents God's divine intellect or his mind or whatever. You know what I mean?
You're still like comparing like physical mortal plane examples to
Yeah, I'm trying to use a
something that-
fucking analogy to explain what I mean, but it's like that's what I'm saying. Like, but trying to do this, it's so abstract that like not only like can everyone get it, but like people will like can go on a roller coaster on this kind of shit, and it don't end up well to them. Like they literally go fucking schizo over this shit. And B, how the fuck you supposed to teach this to a children? A lot easier, like as you see with like Santa Claus, just have that thing, and like the concept is being able to give a gift for free without expecting anything back in return. That whole kind of novelty. But it's much easier to like actually have a character because even kids can grasp on, oh, Santa Claus or oh God or whatever. And that's why the atheists never actually fully mature, because they always, when anytime they refer to God, they refer to him as like flying spaghetti monster, which is that kind of like Zeus type character that I talk about.
or the universe.
You know, but in terms of the like the reason, like what would be the reason for God, or what would be the reason for life?
What would be the reason for God? In what context?
Yeah, like what would be the reason for God, or what would be the reason if everything happens for a reason?
Well, wouldn't God go off of logic, right? So I don't know if I'd say reason. What is the logic of God? Is
Yeah, no, like
better.
because it does say happen. Yeah, like and then,
Right,
like what?
but
I guess
is
like,
God a thing?
no, God is. So like that's what I'm saying in terms of what happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, why did creation happen, or why did life happen?
Why did life happen? Well, that would be
Why game, isn't it?
a question above my pay grade. I don't think anyone has the inner understanding of God's mind. We have concepts of it. We know that part of his, I guess you could say nature is logic. So I wouldn't really pretend to know God's understanding or reasoning on why he created humans.
Can I throw a monkey wrench in and just ask, do you think God believes in comedy?
Interesting you say that. I've had that conversation before. There is a scripture that basically it says God laughs. And the reason he's laughing in that current context is because it's like this kind of ironic thing that this evil person was doing, and it kind of like they screwed themselves over. Like it was one of those situations.
In entertainment, like
my safe answer is I don't know, but I don't see why God wouldn't have humor, but not in the way of like sadistic humor, more of like just jolly and joyous, that sort of thing.
I think
that's possible.
Is God's humor.
You think what?
Dinosaurs.
Oh, dinosaurs, Scotty. Well, maybe even the platypus, right? I mean, if you look at that thing's hilarious looking. So yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you could say that he put the platypus was made because he's funny looking and it's fun to laugh at and it's cute in some weird ways, right? So that brings joy to humans.
But like archaeologists too. Like you spent your whole life trying to dig up one bone from a thing that you can't even connect to a whole thing. I put that shit there. Like if God said that to like an archaeologist, that would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, there's some arguments against the whole fossil as far as like dinosaur reconstructions and museums and stuff, but I don't know off the top of my head.
They've
Something to
never
look into.
whole skeleton.
Like, I think there's some, like, if I remember right, there's some shenanigans going on with just how they put the bones together and claim, oh, this is a thing, and it's complete, and they just reconstruct it from, like, basically nothing. But I don't know for certain. I'd have to read more into it. I didn't really do much research on it.
They built the pyramids, though, don't you know?
Apparently so, according to JS.
Started on that.
I thought they built it with sound waves. I thought that was the running theory. They were able to like hum a tune and like vibrate and move large.
I think it was water.
I think it was water. You think the rocks were floated out there?
Well, when you look into what was it, the LiDAR, where they found those tunnels, there's a bunch of theories about that, and one would be like a plum theory, where they had one big rock that they floated down through that to build it.
Wouldn't that require like all that area to be completely flooded?
Mm-hmm.
So you think it was like underwater at one time?
Definitely.
So why would they build pyramids underwater?
No, I think the pyramids were there before the flood.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
William
Thank
Don't
God.
Care, he says, spin that motherfucking wheel.
This is my last topic. I gotta get to bed after this.
Gentlemen, is divorce ever allowed?
Yeah. There's from a like Christian paradigm, yeah. I mean, it's like extreme examples, and if we're talking that,
Don't we make a vow till death do us part, and through sickness and health?
right?
All those
And the idea is that in those vows you have certain duties, and if I don't have the list off the top of my head, but basically, if one party is extremely lack or just completely abandons the other one and leaves, then they're derelict in their duties.
Because I think the modern day discussion is kind of like fixed around the idea of like no fault divorce.
Well, now you're talking like just a piece of paper with the state. So
Yeah, because
Yeah.
like you're kind of saying,
so yeah, everything's allowed with that. Like
yeah, but like but with the vows, like you have the whole like oath thing and all this kind of stuff, and in terms of the thing that backs it is like the duty and all this kind of stuff they were mentioning. In terms of if you have a state that's quote unquote multicultural, meaning like you're going to have multiple religions, all this kind of shit, how are you going to like have a system where it's like you also have divorce of like no fault? Surely like all those religions like should be banned. If you're a Christian, you're not allowed to get no fault divorce because you're superseding your church. Same way like the secularists would make the argument church shouldn't supersede the government on governmental issues. Shouldn't the government not supersede the church on church issues? Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen? Can I get a motherfucking machiwa?
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
dude, every time all the videos of Jim Bob where he puts on that get up and he goes on like TikTok, it's like the most hilarious content. It's so fucking funny.
Absolute
Because
genius.
he
Absolute
doesn't
genius.
he doesn't break character the whole time. He acts like that the whole way through the debate, and he still like destroys people. It's hilarious. But
the teeth are perfect.
yeah, teeth. Yeah, it's part of it. Yeah. Well, but then the question. Okay, so in the situation you just gave out there, then the question is, okay, does that apply to all marriages, or just marriages that are sanctioned in the church, or
That's what I was gonna ask.
like what's the criteria? Because
isn't it about the sanctity of marriage, right? Like if it's a Christian recognized one.
Well, there's really no sanctity of marriage as far as state goes. It's just a piece of paper. It's a legal contract. That's why you get lawyers to break it.
Well, then shouldn't you be able to get out of your legal contract?
If you're a secularist, then they're going to do whatever they want. There's no like when you go that route, there's no community you should say pressure or anyone to appeal to other than the state. There's no how are you going to go? Are you going to go to the state and say, "Oh, my wife isn't doing her duties" or whatever? It doesn't make any sense. It's just like, "Oh, she left me. I want a no fault divorce." And then you sign a piece of paper and then it's over.
But like as an atheist, like you're basically like the debate that Andrew had with the, I don't know what the fucking dude's name, but the bald dude with the glasses. Like there's literally no reason for an atheist to actually get married. It's more beneficial as an atheist man not to get married because you're putting yourself and all your assets at risk and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From a strictly practical worldview, where you don't have any kind of social backing or sacrament of the marriage. Yeah, it's just there's nothing there, right? In fact, in like secular world, like the women are praised when they leave their men and divorce them and take off all their shit,
So why get married other than
if you're a secular person? Good question.
Like I'd argue just strictly from like the atheism point of view. It's like it's a religious sacrament, and then like I said, from your perspective, like as a man, like you're putting yourself way more at risk in terms of the United States. So like either way, if you come at it from that branding or at that angle, all of a sudden you can like unite under that banner of getting rid of no fault divorce, because the atheist shouldn't be getting married, and then the religious like each religion is going to have its own particular faults or things. Okay, so I think you just solved the answer to no fault divorce here, gentlemen.
I agree.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of no fault divorce. I think we definitely should. Now, whether you can get atheists on board is another question.
Why do degens need to get married? Isn't that the question?
No, what I'm saying is that like you're collectivizing, let's say, around like that key legislation that you want passed, and a way to even get atheists to vote the way many religious would want is to remove the no fault divorce. You'd basically go to that like red pill community and say, lads, you shouldn't even be getting married. And now all of a sudden you bring those votes on board. Yeah. Politics 101, baby. That's how you get the moolah. And as William says, speaking of getting the moolah Teriak, we need to get the super chat goals. Okay? So we're going to be looping the Wheel of Madness song. Everyone on panel, now's the time. Stretch your legs, all this kind of stuff. I think, Mo, you're saying you're going to be dipping out, or are you going to be sticking around?
Yeah, I'm going to head out.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to head out, man. But, thanks for having me up.
Yeah.
Yep. Catch you next time, guys. God bless.
Take it easy, bro. But now it's time. Stretch your legs, grab a drink, maybe grab some popcorn. You need to get $20 on the Ko-Fi. Or something on the Ko-Fi. I forget what we're saying, William, on the Ko-Fi, but we need some Ko-Fi payments. The links are on the screen. They're pinned in chat. Let's get it done, chat.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
And folks, we're back at it again. So we put the super chat goal in it, so we got 30 minutes to hit it. Otherwise, we're going back to the grift break. But Darth, welcome back. Getting back to it, I believe we had the solution to no fault divorce. I believe. Darth, you here? Dart, can you hear me?
Sorry, yes, I can. I was trying to throw you $5 to get this shit moving. Sorry.
Oh shit, my bad. Damn it, I interfere with the grit. I'm my own worst enemy.
I feel that.
Well, in terms of the no fault divorce, like, would you be in favor? Would you be against?
Yeah, no fault for sure. Oh, wait. What is no fault? That's the one.
Basically, it's like you don't have to have a reason. It's like we're getting divorced.
No, you definitely should have a reason, and it better be a damn good one.
But let's say it's like one of the parents is like this nefarious character, but it's like difficult to prove. I think of like this like psycho bitch who it's like on the exterior. She looks like a cute, innocent, like rainbows, all this kind of shit, but like actuality, she's like a psycho bitch that's like doing all this shit to like she puts on an act, so like can gaslight you and all this kind of stuff.
Well, it would have to go both ways, right?
What you mean?
From a legal standpoint, I mean, this is from a religious standpoint or a legal standpoint?
I suppose we could do both.
I think religiously, and as long as there's not inherent harm, you should work it out, right?
But like, what example could I use? Like, think of you ever watch Harry Potter?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
so
I'm
like,
not a fan, but I mean, I'm familiar with it. Yes.
I remember when Dumbledore is gets locked up or some shit like that, and then the crazy bitch takes over Hogwarts, Umbridge.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine you married that,
Oh, I definitely think there's extenuating circumstances for sure. So I guess, yeah, I guess the point would be it should be allowed. I do think
Yeah, but
people
like the
like a little
sorry, what?
too much. I think people do it a little too much. Like there should be good reason, right? I
I'm
mean,
not
they made
saying.
a vow, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying like what I'm pointing to is like there is good reason, but it's like I can't prove it in the court. You know what I mean?
I do. I've struggled with that my whole life. That's actually kind of like my whole parent situation.
It was like the case yesterday. You know, technically it's an unsolved murder, but we all know who killed that Black Dahlia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That whole cunt. You know what I mean?
I mean, in my situation, as far as a child, divorce was probably the best thing ever. Did it fuck me up though? Maybe. As a child.
Well,
I mean,
it's difficult. Yeah, what?
well, I'm 41 now, so I mean, like, this was when I was like 4 years old and whatnot. So I do struggle with this question actually quite a bit.
Because like when it's difficult to say whether or not things would be better or worse, because like it's a complex equation, or it'd be very complex to map out. What I mean by that is that it's like you have to compare like you're kind of saying there in terms of like the parents splitting and all that, versus that if the parents try to make it work, but you know it's like, would you rather grow up in a household where like everyone's screaming at each other and they're saying I hate you and all this kind of shit, and it's like constant, like just constant of that energy, or would you rather, essentially live in two households?
Well, I didn't have the benefit of the two household situation, but my dad is my stepdad, if that makes sense. So I guess that makes me pro-divorce because my biological father, my mom realized that was not a good situation, and my life has been exponentially better because she made that decision. Do I think that's a fits-all situation?
It's like in terms of like the law and then the legality, it's like making sure people have an avenue to explore in these certain circumstances. Because oftentimes people say, well, the exception doesn't prove the rule, but like sometimes you need to make a rule for the exception.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like a case in point is Christians are monogamous and all this stuff, but what happens if you're like a Muslim with 4 wives currently and you want to switch to Christianity? There are certain like guidelines or rules in the Bible to handle those situations. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And chat, we need some donations. The spin bank is empty. Pot of gold is dry. You know what I'm saying? We need 5 super chats. Otherwise, we'll be going back to the leprechaun. But I don't know. I think some of you guys actually like the dancing leprechaun. I think we might need to change the video. You know, I think we went all out. We made the video too good, if you get me. You know what I mean? The grift is too good. in a way, but not the good kind of good. You know what I mean? But it is, like I said, kind of like one of those things that, like when you look at like abortion, like before abortion was coming in, like the argument was like you're going to use this as just another form of contraception, and then everyone's like, oh, that's slippery slope fallacy and all this kind of shit. But when you look at the current statistics, you know what I mean? Like 99% of all abortions are basically elective.
Yeah. Does that apply to divorce, though? I mean, I'm totally willing to engage with the abortion debate, but
you know, I'm just saying in terms of the analogy, like to tie it back into the divorce thing, it'd be because no-fault divorce is so accessible or so easy. Essentially, people have degraded relationships or degraded marriage, the sacrament of marriage, down to like casual relationship status.
yeah, I would agree with that. The sanctity of marriage has kind of been bastardized, right?
Yep.
At least in America, it's not seen as a vow between the couple and God. It's more of a government situation, which is kind of what you were saying before.
Well, even from the aspect of like I would say in modern day society we have a lack of reverence for the divine, so much so that like the atheists would even deny science to deny God. I mean,
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, that's why I would engage with the abortion thing, because they claim science, but when you bring up science, it's like, well, wait, no, that's not a thing.
but it's the same thing with the whole trans movement.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Can I ask? You're in Ireland, right?
yep.
Right on. I'm fourth generation American Irish.
My man. But like the
I'm
Irish
definitely
went
right.
all over. There's
Mhm.
Irish in the West Indies. Fucking Australia is basically half Irish. You know, the Indians, you know,
Mm-hmm.
all across the lands, man. And then in terms of especially like with missionaries and all this kind of stuff, with like a lot of like kind of like place in Africa, things like that, you know. So small island, but big heart, you know what I mean?
100%. I feel it here.
And I also feel William Williams in chat saying, chat, do you want another force griff break? Per favore,
Per
chat.
favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chatta. Vi prego. Okay? And then obviously, because this is the religion theme, we gotta talk about the Christians.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
How are we supposed to spin the wheel if we ain't got no monies in the spin bank? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And of course, now that we mention the Christians, we gotta mention the Jews.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
Oh,
No,
damn,
sir.
that money is not worth enough for you. $5 is
We got
4.11.
Yeah, no, man. The don't worry about the exchange rates. You know what I'm saying? Because the dono bar, it ignores the exchange rates and all that. But yeah, like the whole kind of like conversion rates, all this kind of shit, man. That's got to change. That's got to change. You know, because like from my aspect, wait, do I want that to happen though? Because like there's arguments for kind of saying that you don't necessarily want your currency to be worth the most. Because like when, for example, like when you use like British pound is like stronger than euro and stronger than the dollar, but because it's the top currency, it can like detract away from business. So it's like you don't necessarily want to be the most expensive currency. You want kind of a couple ones down so you can kind of like float around with it. But then obviously the American dollar is the reserve currency of the world or some shit like that as well. So
Well, it's a made up standard, right?
True. That's what I'm saying. We need to switch to Bitcoin standard, boys. You know, start getting that cryptocurrency going.
Isn't that the most made up standard?
No, because with Bitcoin, especially with Bitcoin, you actually can't crack Bitcoin. Like, you could take all like the top tech companies, all their computing power, and you still wouldn't be able to hack Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, because of blockchain and whatnot, right?
It's actually like fascinating when you get into the whole technology aspect to it and all this stuff. The fact that there's only 21 million of those motherfuckers. There's none of this, oh, we're just gonna print another X billion, I guess, and send it to X country. I mean, let's just like pick a random fucking country. You know?
I mean, doesn't it kind of remind you of like the Fed? I mean, granted, they're not printing their own money, but it's just like a made up thing. It's all just made up in a way. And
yeah, but
I mean,
any movie was just made up. Doesn't mean it's not beautiful.
I agree with that. I'm an artist and a musician, so yeah. But when it comes to how society is monetarily based, that gets weird, right?
Potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Because like fundamentally, when you think of like money is just energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So in terms of like Bitcoin, I just think like Bitcoin is just like it's the most efficient way to store your energy. Like when you're looking like the whole thing of like 30% tax, bro, is like the biggest load of bollocks I've ever seen in my entire life. Why is the government taking 1/3 of my paycheck?
I wish it was a third of my paycheck.
Bro, you do realize if they don't take any of that shit, it's like the equivalent of you getting like 50% extra. So imagine the shit that you could do with 50% extra.
Mm-hmm. And it's all fake crap anyways. So I mean, I guess that makes your Bitcoin argument.
It's like think about health insurance. Like I'm paying this motherfucker like money. I'm basically betting this motherfucker money that I'm going to stay healthy. But if I stay healthy, I'm still paying him.
Are you forced to have that there?
I don't think so. I hope not. But in terms of the like driver insurance, I'm still even hesitant of that as well. You know what I mean?
Well, I live in a state where technically, I mean, this has been considered unconstitutional, but I have to pay in order to register a gun, which is totally unconstitutional.
And then you look back and you say it's like, yeah, they were writing because they wanted to put in a 3% tax, and you're just like, what happened
Well,
to
it's
us,
just-
lads?
Oh, I agree, 100%.
I have a clip. This is what men need. All right, it's like medicine. Sometimes medicine don't taste too good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a bit sour and all this kind of shit. But you need the medicine. Sometimes you just gotta hear it raw.
Gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I know we had a bit of conflict before. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I mean 100% that you're all a bunch of pussies. I mean, you suck my balls if you think you're getting any respect out of me, you cunts.
You know what I'm saying? No respect for men whatsoever, because the fuck is this? Why can't we just say to the politicians, right, lads, if you don't get the fucking tax down to 10%, right, we're doing Viva la Revolution or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
I definitely think that it should be a flat tax situation. I find it absolutely ridiculous where I live. There's like, if you just put 10% on all consumables and have no income tax, you would make way more money than taxing everybody who actually works at 30%.
Like, think about like there's games like World of Warcraft and all stuff like these kind of like open world games, like to have like actual like active economies. You know what I mean? Like, and typically it's like the auction house takes like a 5% cut or whatever, and like that space just kind of like filter out or drain out, so price don't get out of sync too bad and all this kind of shit. Or just to kind of prevent like overall trying to manipulate and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like that as a structural kind of like model, like that just makes a lot more sense. Like I think it should be a thing of like, listen, if anybody talks about increasing the tax rates and all this kind of shit, like collectively the Congress is allowed to take a dump on that dude's desk or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to give the motherfucker brain damage or beat him up or whatever, but I want to fuck with the dude, because like to have that mentality that like why are we not putting the government, like when can we put the government under restraint and or kind of like say, listen, we need to dial back on this these bullshit taxes.
I live in Illinois, and you can look up like J.B. Fritzker and all his bullshit ass fucking tactics. And he's literally sacrificing the state just to piss off Trump. So he like has like this weird vendetta against Trump. And it's like, at what point do you make your state better as opposed to bitching about that stuff?
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, though, we have a gay rights activist backstage to give us his valuable expert opinion on this.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. BB, welcome to the show.
Hello, Yak. I'm just actually starting a GoFundMe for my my furry costume.
Okay.
Just saying. Just saying.
And how does that make you feel?
I'm just like, what? Who?
How does it make you feel? Are you confident that this
it
GoFundMe will be a successful project?
Oh, well, it makes me feel a little bit fucking emotional, mate, that I've not got into my furry costume yet. Just feeling a little bit emotional. Just be gentle.
I think it's fading off a bit, BB.
Be gentle with it. Yeah. No.
What are your thoughts on divorce? Should divorce ever be allowed?
It should be, yes, absolutely should be. You know, if there is absolutely serious mental health issues or domestic violence, yeah, absolutely should be allowed. But that depends on your covenant. Depends on your covenant and what your beliefs are. Seriously, it's all too easy. It's all too easy.
Oh no! Anyway, last week.
Spin it! Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Yo, really?
Oh shit, I was on mute the whole time. Fuck's sake. Gentlemen,
Fucking
is getting rich a sign of God's blessing?
Fucking really. Yeah, let's go.
Maybe. But not really. I mean, Joel Osteen. Do you think that was God's blessing?
Yeah, 6 minutes. Righto, William. Settle down. Settle down, mate. So good.
Subtle?
Is getting rich a sign of God's blessing? Damn. I don't know.
Joel Osteen.
Is it, or is it a sign of hard work? This is the other side of the coin. You see? William, stop counting me down. Damn it. You like it, Dad. Fuck, what the fuck?
Hey, William's working, okay? He's out here
Yeah.
doing his work. He's reminding y'all he's got 5 minutes left.
You 5 minutes for what? What you gonna do, Willie? What you gonna do? Come on.
He's just letting us know 4 minutes left on the super chat goal. If he's,
Oh,
if he's want to avoid the grift break.
He's counting me down. Right, all right. I think, all right, let me take a stance on this. Is getting rich a sign of God's blessing? No, it's a sign of hard work. Right, let me take a stance on that.
But is a strong spirit to do said hard work not a blessing by God?
Yeah.
So, sir, when you look at the logical entailment of getting rich by hard work, and hard work being God's blessing, I'd say getting rich is God's blessing, sir.
Oh, yeah, you're from Texas. I see
Yes,
you,
sir.
I see
Lone
you.
Star
I-
State, sir.
I see you, sir.
I will give you credit. That is a really good Midwestern accent. Not good Texan, but
From Mississippi.
no. It's closer to Tennessee.
Let's go. Let's go.
But you let it slip there.
So what's your stance on this, my friend? Where do you sit on this?
Me?
Now, I'd say, yeah.
You would say.
Oh, you're saying Darth.
Yeah. What is yep? What is your stance here, brother?
I don't think rich is a sign of. See, this is where I struggle is finishing this sentence.
So, are you saying that you
I
don't need
wouldn't
to
say
be
necessarily God's
You
blessing.
don't, are you saying you don't need to be blessed to get rich? Is that what you're saying? You're on our side. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm American.
Yeah. Good. Right. Well, that was fucking easy. That was easy.
Yeah, I think being rich is absence or
What?
absent of faith.
Right. Let's define rich. What is rich?
Ooh, you caught me. Let's see what you did. Because my answer to that would be strong family.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. All right, I got you. So all right. So you're part of your values. And
I mean,
I'm not even going to go to religion for you. I got you.
Both can be true at the same time, though, if rich is a monetary thing.
Well, there's many terms of rich. This is why I asked you, what was your defining term of what rich is? You see?
Yeah, to me, it's family. No, you got me. You totally got me on that one.
Yeah, it's like probably overarching everything. I took it as like fucking money. Let's go.
It don't hurt, but it don't help.
No, fucking it absolutely helps, brother.
Kind of.
If you don't have money, you fucking homeless. That's pretty simple.
Shout out to GT with the $5 says a blessing from the source of creation. Let me play the money clip for that one. And William says you have less than 1 minute. If you do want to prevent grief break.
Hold on, can I contend with the family versus rich?
All right, so in less than 1 minute, William, come in the box up. Come on. I've got 1 less minute. Let's go, William. Let's fucking go. I see you.
He says you got 2 minutes now. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Sit. All right. So we've both agreed that. So I said that getting rich is a sign of money, and you said getting rich is a sign of family, right? Is it actually God's blessing? Is it actually God's blessing? Either way.
Kind of.
Or
if you have family, could you not be homeless as opposed to being broke and being homeless?
You can have family and be homeless. Absolutely, you can.
Or think about this, gentlemen. Think about this.
If a woman, I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. Yeah. If a woman is in a coma,
let's go.
Does she still get her period?
Hey. She doesn't get her period.
So it waits until she wakes up?
No, she gets coma.
I'm never inviting you to this place again. If a woman,
I've never come to this stream again.
No, I've got you. I've got you, mate. If you've got a good relationship with your family and you're broke, then you probably won't be homeless. But if you don't have a good relationship with your family and you are broke, you probably will be homeless. But what is a defining factor? It is money.
But wouldn't having that relationship with your family consider you rich as opposed to
I just told you that you, like, hypothetically, let's go. You don't have a good relationship with your family. You've got nowhere to go and you've got no job. What the fuck do you do?
Like, what if you're gay? Speaking of being gay.
Well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Welcome to the show, biggest, gayest man in the world.
Why you do me like that? Why you do me like that? You asshole.
I just want to be accurate, you know, to the lore.
Do you think
I just fucking did it like that. So if you've got no family, right?
Yeah.
And you are I just want to be accurate to the lore, because like when being accurate to the lore, like Kieran literally has a song about him being gay. There is literally a song that is written about him being gay. So of course he has to be the biggest gayest man.
Keriak, I have 15 songs from my retarded chat I have 15 songs about why I'm gay, and also how many kinds of gay I am. Okay, I don't like.
I don't know, brother. That's a big question. How many types of gay is there?
Correct. Now, do you think having money makes you rich?
That's kind of the point I'm making.
Well, this is why I tried to.
Question. I'm asking a question.
This is why I tried to define what is rich for you, and you said family, right? And I pinned you down on that, right? I'm going from the outside. I'm going like it's just money.
Who defined that? God didn't define that.
No, fuck me, brother. Come on.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
It's time to shut the fuck up and go on a griff break. William, he was giving his warning. He said there was 5 minutes, there was 1 minute, all this kind of stuff. So we're going to be going on a forced griff break.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One on one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Shout out to Shazzy Bear. Shout out to Dart as well for the members. Because we hit the goal, of course, we got to play Shazzy's clip. Let's hear more from the preacher.
Black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines your woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Shazzy. Pull up a chair. You know what I'm saying? Get comfy. Get the old blankie out, cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, as we were saying before the grift, this whole aspect of like getting rich, and I think we kind of like touched on this whole aspect of like rich basically means abundance, and we often associate that with money because like that's like the whole money talks, bullshit walks kind of thing mentality we have. But like the aspects of family and just like having abundancy in other areas that are not necessarily materialistic or anything like that, I think is another key aspect in terms of coming at this question.
For sure. 100%. I'm poor as far as money is concerned, but I'm rich in family and God's blessing.
Well, here's the turn or the twist, right? Then does that mean that like any of the suffering is God, the inverse of blessing? So a God's curse. Suffering is God's curse.
I suppose if you look at it as suffering.
So let's say I get punished for telling the truth.
Same.
Dum-dum. If a woman, no, but like that whole, because like what I'm getting at is that like that thing of the Book of Job. Like, is it a correct mentality that like good things should happen to good people? Or is that like the correct mentality, I should say?
I'm not sure that's something I should concern myself with on a personal level. I mean, I can't speak for everyone on that one. Like, should I suffer just for the sake of suffering? No. But that would entail that I feel like I'm suffering, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm suffering. I mean, if you're asking me on an individual level.
But I mean, in terms of like, if I was to say good things should happen to good people, like, is that a true statement?
In the eyes of God or in the eyes of me?
Both.
I would say I would hope so.
So if that's like the hope, or like the one could say like the instinct, the instinctive kind of like mentality to it, like characters like Job, like genuinely good people, like upstanding member citizens, when bad things like out of the blue happen to them, like how do we like would we necessarily say that is God's curse? That God is cursing that person? And if that is the case, that we're saying that God is cursing the person, then is that not fucked up?
Well, is it really God cursing somebody if free will exists? Like,
No, but I'm saying like
free will. Like
this dude,
you can do everything right and still get screwed over all the time.
yeah, like this dude is, he's a preacher, he's upstanding member of society. He does all this like community work, charity work, and all that stuff, and then like his family gets wiped out in an avalanche or something crazy happens. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But all right, so this is something I struggle with. So wouldn't the payoff, I don't know if payoff's the right word, but be the afterlife? So suffer now, benefit later. I mean, as long as your heart is true and whatnot.
Yeah, but couldn't you use that to like justify any suffering? Oh, well, in the afterlife, it's going to be better.
A good point. Like I said, I struggle with this. I've been trying to define this one. Not sure how I feel on this one. Feel is bad. Yeah. I don't know what I think on this one.
Because like I said, like instinctively, it's like, oh, like when we read this, it's like, oh, getting rich, oh, like winning the lotto and all that stuff. No, that's not God's blessing. Then you're going to say, okay, here's the rub though. Like rich is just plentiful. So like in terms of like aspects of family and all this kind of stuff, and then that kind of like leans us to, well, yeah, getting rich is a sign of God's blessing. But then when we invert it and we say, well, is losing riches, no, and even if it's unjust, like if is you getting mugged or robbed, is that a sign of God's curse? You know what I mean? And then it gets tricky because like all of a sudden you're kind of like low key believing in karma when it's not necessarily the case. And like you were kind of saying as well, like you can do the right thing and still get screwed over. Like there's plenty of people who were punished for just simply speaking the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And just let chat know as well, we do have $16 in the spin bank, so don't be shy if you want to spin it. But if you do like watching the try and extract as much meat out of the bone, we also like doing that too, you know what I'm saying?
Well, and I appreciate the point of view too, for sure, because this is an interesting area. Yeah, I do sound kind of karmic, don't I?
And as I would say,
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Machiwa, William. Machiwa. Spin! Dad! Wheel! Ooh, interesting. Is luck real, or is everything God's plan?
Isn't that kind of the same question?
Like, well, what about my Lucky Charms? Can't be saying that my Lucky Charms are fake, man.
That's racist.
Exactly.
Is luck real? I think so. I experienced luck today, actually. But it
Okay,
could
okay.
couldn't it also? Isn't this like two things can be true at the same time?
Let's say, let me get the definition of luck.
Hold on, you're talking about your Lucky Charms and you don't even know the definition of luck.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that I
Sorry, that's
get
me.
100%. So, success or failure apparently brought by chance rather than through one's own actions. So it's like there's chance there. Whereas like if everything is God's plan, there's no chance. There's only one way. This is the way.
I almost feel like this falls. Sorry for saying feel. I think this falls into kind of sorry, the free will argument.
Yeah, with luck, like there's chance, which means there's variables in motion and all this kind of stuff. Whereas like if everything is just God's plan, like we're literally just a program being executed. There's no
Okay, so like
you know,
omnipotence, like as far as God's plan.
like the whole like the prophecy must be fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's what you're saying. The latter doesn't seem like it would be very fun, right?
But then if the latter is true, then like what would be fun?
Nothing.
But you wouldn't have boredom neither. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you don't get any of the good shit, but you also don't get any of the bad shit.
Oh, I can't say. Can I say antidepressants? I mean, wouldn't that just be antidepressants? Like, you know,
One could make the case.
Nullify the highs and the lows, and everything's just copacetic.
But what was your story in terms of like you experienced luck today? Give us the lore on that.
Oh, I mean, to me, it felt like luck. So I'm a musician, and I've had a tumultuous music career. But me and a friend played today, no pressure, and I've not been able to write a song in I don't know how long, and we totally came up with an entire song like it was nothing. I don't know if that's luck or just, I don't know. One could make the argument that it's God's plan, but I also chose to do that. But I would think the lucky part is that I was inspired to do so, because I have not been.
To me, it's kind of like, like Do you ever like be sitting at a bus stop and the bus is like it's supposed to be there and like you're sitting there, it's like 20 minutes past supposed to arrive, and then it gets like 30 minutes past supposed to arrive, and then there's like two buses arrive at the exact same time, and you're like, this motherfucker. It's kind of like that, I think. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if clogged is the best word. But it's like that whole kind of like writer's block or like that like cloggedness in terms of like the creativity. But then once you kind of like free it, then you get this like plentiful and you kind of go on a streak and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Whereas like luck to me is where it's like there's no there's no definitive kind of like course. Like this is literally, you know, coming down to like so much uncertainty.
So like not getting hit by a bus. So like say like you were totally gonna get hit by a bus and like a gust of wind moved you.
Like I'm saying, like one of these things where it's like you put like the whole empire on a stake on the essence of a coin flip. Or you're sorry, the not that you basically you're just sitting in a casino or whatever, but like the fate of the empire comes down to a flip of a coin essentially, and it prevails. The empire stays intact. That like would be an essence of luck. Because if you go into that situation where it's all God's plan, you know what I mean? You're not going to be conscious or wary of like what constitutes the defense of the cases where you lose, or whatever X amount of cases.
Not to be pedantic, but I would prefer to roll a D3 or a D4 as opposed to flipping a coin. But I see your point.
Like another example is one of these things, like the card games like Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that. Like you could be the most skilled player in the world, but it's like if you take like two competitive decks in the meta at the moment, and depending on what way the dude shuffles, if you drop Ricky hands and the other dude just like starts drawing gold dust, there ain't a fucking thing you can do. I mean, especially if it's like streamlined or like they just like know the line to play and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
For sure. I think in that instance, yeah, luck is real.
And I'll tell you what else is real.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. William says, I'm not letting that leprechaun talk about his Lucky Charms. Spin that motherfucking wheel. Speaking of which, why do bad things happen? Good people.
Damn, this wheel's on a roll.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I have an answer for that. I mean, it's kind of the free will thing, right? If you choose to do, well, that wouldn't be good people.
God, well, Shazzy's saying God's testing us, right?
I mean, kinda, right? Fair enough.
You know what I mean? But like this is the typical kind of like if God real, why bad thing happen? You know what I mean? But it's like from that dynamic of like there's some vineyards in the likes of France and all of this kind of stuff, like Italy and things like that, where like halfway through growing the grapes or whatever, or like maybe at the star process or whatever the fuck, like they'll like make lacerations in the vine, like cuts all along the vine, like not actually like fully cut the vine, all this kind of shit, but just little kind of like cuts on and stuff, like just like make the vine bleed and all this kind of shit. And for whatever reason, it stresses the plant. I think like it forces the plant to take on more water or whatever, and it basically produces a richer grape, or it's basically a more potent yield or whatever the fuck, right? So like one could look at that aspect of like the cuts that you suffer throughout life actually make your grapes a better taste in the end, kind of thing. That being said, or meaning like from that you're basically like the bad things that happen to you are inevitably going to make your spirit stronger. So at the end of the day, it's all kind of like more fuel to the fire kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can get that.
But William says to that,
Shut up, bitch!
and spin that motherfucking wheel.
Spin that! Spin that! Spin that! Wow!
Is masturbation a sin?
I mean, technically, right? Biblically, technically it is.
One sec. I need to.
I said, Nietzsche, shut the.
There we go. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Because the StreamYard does a thing where it's like the scroller just disappears sometimes, like after you play a clip, and like it'll lock the scroller, so then I can't do anything. Por favore. Yup. So like it's okay. Like I'm trying to think of like a devil's advocate. Like what happens if you you know, got like bit by a snake or some shit like that, and you need to get the poison out.
Yeah. That's a stretch. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, no, I actually can't fight against it. I actually can't think of a devil's advocate.
I mean, I wish I could.
Like, it'd be interesting if I could phrase it in terms of, is masturbation ever necessary?
Oof.
Like, what if, right? You know, like there's a bus full of like women and children, right? And like you're the only dude in the situation, and like there's a terrorist there where they're going on all this kind of shit. And the only way to like get him to stop him from like wiping out the women and children is for you to do like the weirdest thing possible, which would just be like whip it out and just like pretend you're just like a mentally deranged person. You know what I mean?
It's not really masturbation if it's just a distraction, right?
Wait, no, because that's one of those feminist talking points there. You know what I'm saying? That's one of those things they whisper in your ear, like the sweet nothings. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
don't worry, Shazzy.
And spilling seeds. So, I mean, as long as you don't finish.
Nah, man, because then even like, you could turn that into like the gay arguments, like, well, if you don't finish, it ain't gay then. You know what I mean?
I hear that a lot. Just saying.
Just letting you all know we're up to $18 in the spin bank, ladies and gentlemen.
Spin bank or spank bank?
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. The branding is crucial. Do you know what I mean? I think we need to rename the bank to like the financial institution of spins or something like that.
That's not a bad move. I think we agree on this one, though.
Yeah, like I said, man, I genuinely can't put up a devil's argument here.
I can't either. As much as I would like to.
This is why, like, in terms of like certain aspects, right? When we say there's different degrees of sin,
Is there different degrees of sin?
well, like you have the was it like envy, gluttony, all that kind of shit, or is this like all Catholic shit?
I'm not Catholic, so I don't know.
Yeah, but like I'm trying to be like just trying to make sure that I'm not like bastardizing this, but it's like there's something that's like there's like the 7 deadly sins. But then I think the Orthodox be like, nah, that's like a sorry?
Wouldn't this fall into lust?
Probably. Like what I'm getting at is that like I think the Orthodox say no, there's only like one unforgivable sin, which is like to turn against God, like knowing God or something like that. Or after God's revealed himself to you, kind of thing. But like my whole thing is that like obviously like shouting at someone needlessly, like that could be considered a sin. Or you know, like not being as focused as you should be, or whatever. You know what I mean? Or not paying attention to your diet or whatever. Like these are kind of like little things. Whereas like, you know, like breaking the like killing somebody. You know what I mean? Like breaking, like that's kind of like breaking commandment, all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And we can kind of get a bit political in terms of like the whole, you know, you can't really legislate morality or, well, manners more so, you know?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I mean, you can, doesn't mean it's gonna work. But as far as the religious aspect, I would say a sin is a sin, right? But I mean, as long as you own up to it, between you and God, right? Jesus died for your ability to sin, if that's a weird way of saying it, but to absolve your sin. Not saying you should do it just because of that, but that doesn't change that jerking off is a sin.
You know, it's like you are sinning, but like, and the whole kind of we are like the fallen nature, all this kind of stuff. Like nobody's perfect, all this kind of thing. But like, let's say, you know, like there's masturbation, but then there's like, you know, severe drug abuse or like severe addiction of like, let's say, gambling, all this kind of shit. But we look at like, because when you're trying to clean up a room, there's only like so much you can do. Like, let's say if we had like a near infinite room, something like extremely vast, right? Now you're not going to be able to clean the whole room by the time you die, but if you're able to repopulate, eventually, like you could theoretically clean the whole room. the way I look at that is kind of like with society, civilization, legislation, with the legal system, all this kind of shit. We're not going to be able to get everything. But what could we get? You know what I mean? And like that's where I'm kind of saying like that whole thing of like, yes, that like you are sinning, but are all sins equal? I don't think so. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, William turns around and he says, "This motherfucker."
Shut up, bitch!
Spin that wheel! Is the death penalty okay?
No.
Why not?
For the same reason I don't believe in abortions, or however I'm supposed to say it.
Well, the whole aspect of the abortion is that like the child is innocent. The child has not even lived its its life outside the womb, kind of thing. Like, never even been given a chance. You know what I mean, whereas if you look like Jeffrey Epstein type character, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
but aren't we supposed to show grace? And I mean, don't get me wrong, that's a double-edged sword, but I don't know. I'm not too keen on taking lives.
well, we could do another aspect. Like, let's say we're in Cambodia or some like rural village or whatever, and like coming over the mountains are a bunch of like barbarians with fucking machetes and all this kind of shit, and they're heading straight towards the village. I'm there with like my light machine gun, saying, "Bro, tell me when." You know what I mean? Just give me the sign. Are you saying you're never gonna say, "Give me the sign to start opening up"?
Not at all. I've come from a very military strong background. Like, not me, but my family. So, yeah, no. That gets tricky, though, too. I mean, you're asking me, like, my opinion. Is the death penalty okay in a court of law? I mean, how often are they wrong?
That's true, but what I'm saying is that, like, when you look like death penalty in terms of the spectrum of war.
No, in war, I mean, no, I totally agree with what you said. And you got to do what you're told to do in that aspect.
So, like,
which war we're talking about, too? Like, I mean, there's a lot of nuance to that.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like the same way you were kind of saying, like, okay, we have like death penalty, okay, like in terms of like let's look at abortion. And then I said, well, when you look at the death penalty, that's typically like an adult human being kind of thing. Like they've actually like kind of lived some semblance of a life to that point. You know what I mean? And in terms of accountability and all this kind of shit. And then you were like, nah, basically, I don't want the government to have like control over the life like that. But then when you look at war, like that's why the president is like commander in chief. You know what I mean? So it's like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that like this is an easy question. Whatever. This is one of the tough end questions. You know what I'm saying? But William says,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell William's here to tell us to spin that motherfucking wheel. Is transgender against God's design?
100%.
Why?
Well, if you were made in God's image and you have the genitalia and the chromosomes you were born with, then I mean, what I find interesting is saying that it's a social construct, right? Is it?
Well, like my thing to like the man-made, it's like there's a lot of man-made stuff that's good. You know what I mean? And it's like like my counter would be, it's like, for example, like if you got like veneers or if you fixed your teeth, even like brace or whatever, like technically, you know what I mean, you're altering your natural state.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where do we draw the line in terms of this? Like, I get what you're saying in like the you all know me, like the I've destroyed a lot of teas on this bollocksology, essentially what it is, because like when you look at like the whole like transgender thing and what they're doing, like it's going to be such a negative outcome to like gay people that one could like draw the conclusion that the whole trans agenda that they're pushing is just like a sterilization of the gays. But however, right, in terms of the whole like natural or like man-made versus natural kind of thing, natural made, like where do we draw the line? Because like some women have like changed their boobs so much, changed their ass so much, all this kind of shit. Like they pretty much have like as much operations as like these trans individuals, all this kind of shit. Like they're just as fake or just as plastic.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 100%. I mean, where do we draw the line, though? I think the obvious one is kids.
You know, like what I'm saying is, let's say, here's me making a case for for what I'd call transsexual. And not the whole transgender thing is a psyop. It's transsexuals, transvestites. Transvestites are basically gay men that dress up as women, either to piss them off or to just as like a comedy act. Like think of Big Mama's House, all that kind of shit. But like they don't think that they're a woman. They know that they're a man. All that kind of shit, right? The transsexuals are people who genuinely believe that like they can like one day like change all the chromosomes out and change all the cells out and actually do some, like, do you remember that bitch from X-Men, the blue bitch that would just like change her fucking like skins on? Yeah, Mystique. They think that they can be some sort of like Mystique type character and do all that kind of shit. That ain't happening, right? Like that is what they call a mental delusion. The science itself confirms this, right?
Yeah.
So they don't like that science. So what they do is they invent a new term and then they say, no, this is mental. So then you can't call it a mental illness, et cetera, et cetera. This is like an ideology now, all this kind of shit. Ergo, they basically just converted, tried to pass it off as a dogma. And then again, the science, after they ruined all these people's lives and all this kind of shit, the science once again proved it by the data. It's like they're way worse out off in a mental state. They need way more therapy post-operation than pre-operation, all this kind of shit. And it's like the same thing with the whole like what you're seeing from the porn industry now. Why so much pushback from the porn? Is like the average age for like a porn star is like I think like 38 or some shit like that, like the life expectancy, and it's all like either self-deletion or drug overdose or spousal or like murder, all the kind of shit. So it ain't a good life. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I'm saying in terms of like when you look at like the on the whatever podcast, like some of these women like are so fake, they've so much plastic or silicone or whatever the fuck you want to call them, that it's like they're just like as lost as the men who are trying to pretend to be women. You know what I mean? And like when you're making the case for transgenderism, it's like as an American, you know what I mean, as a dude, like having the choice to cut your own dick off legally, that's like the most free choice you could possibly think of. Well, I don't want to cut my dick off. You know what I mean? And when you look at it from the aspect of, like I explained, the transsexual thing, like that to me is a mental illness when you're denying the science.
Well, it's definitely delusional. And I think everybody, except for 1%, agrees on that one. What I find interesting is, so I work in I have to be careful about how I say this. I work in a very liberal, far left American corporate workplace. As a straight white male, I am the enemy. But when it comes to the trans, I don't mind if a natural born woman wants to be a male. You want to sign up for that crap? Go ahead. I do have a problem with men who want to dress up as women. And, well, you know where that train goes.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
William's got his construction hat on, his wrench, walking around the building site going, what the fuck? It's spin this motherfucking wheel, Terry. We don't want to talk about transgender. We want to talk about Noah. Was Noah's flood global?
Well, there's been a lot of evidence that's been popping up as far as like fossils being found on top of mountains. Like sea creatures, fossils being found on top of mountains. Which would suggest that.
And when you look at, for example, like not only in the Bible, but you also have like obviously Torah, like all these sacred texts, they all talk about an ancient flood.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's like already like that's evidence where it's like, yeah, global. What's even more interesting is like the Younger Dryas impact, where the science starts saying, yeah, like there's actual physical evidence now to that as well. Because with the sacred text, you're going off testimony, but the science is providing the empirical and the physical as well. Thankfully, speaking of science, we have a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Iron Scoliosis. Welcome to the show. Hello? Hello? Comrade, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I was saying to Iron. No worries, Pseudo, no worries. So we'll catch you up. But like I said, in terms of the like the evidence of like that must be the same thing that they're talking about.
I would think so. And I was actually looking it up earlier because last night we were talking about the pyramids and all that. And I was looking because it kind of seems like the stuff they found with the LiDAR, it could be hydro. And if there was a shit on the water,
what if Noah's Ark was a spaceship, bro? Like, think about it. Like, we all seen that shit, like, was it in Japan? Fuck, New Orleans, but, like, New Orleans is not exactly coastal, but, like, this whole thing of, like, when a wave hits a fucking thing, like, doesn't matter if you got a GoPro, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm. Well, and to have two of every species, I mean, that's a bit far-fetched.
But if you were just to levitate up, it's like the easiest dodge in the world. You just levitate up and you just chill for like, you know, a couple of months on this kind of shit, and then or just hover over to some land and say, we're Gucci.
Well, wouldn't it also be more likely that, say it was aliens, that they just collected genetic material, which would be way easier than having two of every animal?
Like, we could go with the whole kind of like cool space age technology, Star Wars and all that kind of shit, or we could just kind of look at the logistics of, let's say, like a massive hot air balloon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I'd point to the hieroglyphics where they literally have like depictions of helicopters and all that kind of shit. But like I said, I didn't really want to go there because Williams based.
Shut up, bitch!
Spin that motherfucking wheel, Teriak! And we only need 2 more for the super chat goal, ladies and gentlemen. Is war ever justified by God?
100%.
Okay. So Joan of Arc was justified.
Oh, I didn't say that one.
Because like it's a dangerous thing. Because if we say war can be justified by God, then what happens when Joan of Arc shows up? Fucking Nala Ray saying, we need to do this. God told me we need to invade Russia or some crazy shit like that.
Sorry, I had to change headphones. I missed out on the latter half of that.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, what happens if, like, some Joan of Arc character shows up? Do you know what I mean? Like, some Nala Ray saying, yes, we need to... God told me. I had a conversation with God. God told me we need to invade Russia.
Well, that's not what it said. I mean, there are reasons for war, but it doesn't mean that God told you to do it.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. That's one interpretation. The way the question is posed. See, y'all motherfuckers think that I'm just retarded. Okay, you think that I just like took the Tylenols. My mom took the Tylenols, all this kind of shit. I don't think about this shit, right? But it's phrased in a certain way where it's like there is like different interpretations for a reason. You know what I mean? Like there's like no commas and all this kind of shit and all that kind of thing, right? So like in terms of like one interpretation of this is that like that Joan of Arc character, like she's justifying war with God. So in terms of like if you accept that mentality, then it's like that could be a crazy place where all of a sudden we have a bunch of Joan of Arcs. But thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Sudan Master Chef. Welcome to the show.
Sorry about that. Backing out before. Had to take a phone call. What's up, guys? What's up, Teriak?
Good yourself?
Oh, hanging in there. I'm just waking up for a change instead of being up all night. So that's a good one. Is war ever justified by God? So, I mean, is this coming as from somebody like, you mean as far as a Christian worldview? Is it justified by God? I assume has to be, right?
Well, are we still going with the Joan of Arc? Because that would imply that I believe that God told her that.
Because why would you believe that God was talking to Moses, but you don't believe that God was talking to Joan of Arc?
I don't know. It's all based on who's the innocent, who God says is the innocent. Isn't that how it really works?
Yeah, but Joan of Arc would say, God told me that I'm innocent.
Maybe Joan of Arc was eating mushrooms.
Was EGOT, but
so that's who Alice in Wonderland was.
You're talking about the Salem witch trials. That's different, and it was EGOT.
I'm just throwing shit around. I'm just bullshitting, man.
I know my psychedelics. That's all I'm saying.
I do too. I was a psychonaut.
Because like that's what I'm saying when it comes down to like war being justified by God.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, war is justified by God in order to protect the innocent. So God determines who's the innocent. But I guess you could say Joan of Arc says God spoke to her. then I mean, it's up to me to believe or not. It's interesting.
While we're here for Wheel of Madness, Wheel of Madness is an interesting show.
Yeah. Yeah, I really don't have a whole lot of input on that.
Well,
Enlighten me. Someone enlighten me.
what if you look at it? I mean, there was a war in heaven, if you believe in that. So, I mean, even the angels had a war. Does that mean it's justified by God, though? I mean, I'm sure he didn't like it. Or she.
I would consider that a little bit different than I don't know. I don't know.
Well, another way to look at it, gentlemen, other than the Joan of Arc way, is that if God is the logos, that means that God is the rationality, he is the reason, he is the logic, right? And when you look at war, like war has to be justified logically. Correct?
Yeah, so preventing more death?
Mm-hmm. That would be a logical, reasonable argument to engage, like Marco Rubio, like absolute champion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No,
like saying that, like, we're making this clear, this is not for regime change, even though Trump later was basically let the cat out of the bag and saying, yeah, it was basically regime change. But Marco Rubio was saying for legal reasons, it is not regime change because that would be an act of war, of course. And America is currently not at war. But they've preemptively struck these capabilities, and basically they now control the skies, all this kind of shit. But if one was to actually have had like a proper Congress, because like half of Congress is basically a bunch of fucking bar staff and old folks, old age pensioners. You know what I mean? Like there's motherfuckers literally having seizures during the press conferences, and you have to get like wheeled out, and you're like, bro, and they're dictating policies, and I'm supposed to just be like, yeah, cool, bro, nice one.
It's embarrassing.
Well, I also have to look at it. Okay, was war ever justified by God? And in the Bible, it says war is, quote, justified if it's to protect the innocent. Well, when do you ever have war where there aren't some innocent killed, right? I mean, you got children are always going to be killed in war. Some, right? That's why. I mean, I'm a Christian. That's why I try not to push my views on people that aren't too much. And a lot of people will give me shit for that. That's just the way I am.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck do I want a caravan? It's got no fucking wheels.
Where the fuck want a wheel? It's not fucking spinning. Says William, spin that wheel. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. You got to be quick, though, because William might spin it again. Are dreams messages from God?
No, they're hallucinations. Have you heard of dimethyltryptamine?
Yeah, I believe the same. I believe the same thing. It's
your brain coping.
I'm going to go with science on this one. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Nah, bro. Dreams are something else. Dreams are. There is meaning in dreams.
Well, okay. To what extent?
Based on what?
Subconsciously, there could be, but there's also chemicals in your brain that are basically putting you inside like a real live movie, so to speak. And it might be based off things that are going on in your life. I constantly still dream about like people who passed. I dream constantly about my mom passing because we never got to have a real funeral service for her because it was during a scamdemic. But it chemicals in your brain.
Yeah, it is chemical. I mean, I can tell you my reoccurring dream, and you can tell me what it means. If
Yeah,
if you want.
I've had reoccurring dreams, and I've had people tell me, "Oh, that's your past life. You lived in a past life." And this crazy girl on a date was trying to tell me that I died in my past life building the Golden Gate Bridge. I shit you not. Because I used to have this dream. It stopped like maybe 10 years ago. And it wasn't exactly the same dream over and over again, but it was always I was on top of this bridge and climbing on these cables, and the bridge was above the clouds. Okay? It was really weird. And then I'd fall and I'd wake up.
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
Anyway, William says, spin that wheel. I told you, man. William's a motherfucker. That's why we love him. Can women lead in religion, gentlemen?
No.
That is mahogany.
That is mahogany, sir. How dare you? But please continue.
I say no. I think they're just too. Oh man, I think you're just too emotional. And any religion and Christianity, Catholic Church, not supposed to. No, but I think in general they just shouldn't. Just like in general, I don't think they should lead in government.
Interesting. Darth?
Oof, this one's close to home. I have to be careful what I say. Depends on the religion. But no.
When you say depends on the religion,
meaning
are sort of kind of different religions. I mean, still Christians, but
I don't know. I'm not an expert on every religion. So, is there a religion where they allow it? Then,
yeah,
if that's the case,
Methodists and Protestants do.
Okay, well then who am I to contest with it? Then I guess I don't think they should.
No, I didn't.
But they can.
I think it's pretty clear in the hierarchy that is laid out in the Bible how that's supposed to go.
Yeah, maybe it should be should women lead religion versus can. You know they can because they are. In some places, you got some real cuckoo broads out there too.
Look how that's turned out.
Yeah.
I mean, I live in the Midwest, so like around here,
insane. I'm in PA. We got
lefty Christians.
I'm in Northeast PA, and we finally have this one church. I drive by near this tire shop, and I see a sign with like an LGBTQ thing saying everyone is welcome. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh man.
Where is the H for heterosexual in LGBT?
Where is the what?
Where is the H?
The H? They don't give a shit.
For heterosexual.
Good point.
Because they say everyone's included.
Yeah.
But where the fuck's my letter?
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm more privileged, I want my letter at the first. Because I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that I'm more privileged, apparently, according to these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
In all seriousness, though, do you need a letter? Do you really want a letter? That's a good point. I'm
the type of motherfucker where I'd subvert that thing like completely. Like I'd be one of those cunts that you'd send in. You know what I mean?
I'd rather you because A, B, C, D, E, F, G's.
Didn't they do straight man's like one time, or am I crazy? Like a straight man's pride parade, straight people's pride parade, or something like that, and everybody went ape shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like the white man's colonizing us somehow?
That whole crap is just no. That would be a good topic. That whole freaking colonization bullshit. You know.
I'm actually kind of interested in what's going on in Ireland and how like nobody in mainstream media is talking about that.
Bro, and that's how I know it's full of shit. Like I look at like all this stuff being said on the global stage where it's like white people own slaves and all this kind of shit. And it's like I'm like, motherfucker, my ancestors were slaves. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I find it interesting that redneck never gets brought up when it comes to like the slave talk. Like that's a super easy way to nullify that argument. It's like, do you know what rednecks are? Like you think it's a Midwestern white person term, but if you look up the history of it, it was Irish people being sent into the tropics as slaves and they burned and their necks were red.
And besides all that, all their other arguments, you know, like how, you know, the country's racist and everybody's oppressed, and it's like, oh, it's only because of brown people. Bullshit. My grandfather from my dad's side, 100% Italian. He came to Ellis Island. I forget what year. He died. He was 91. I was in probably 8th. Okay. When he came here, he got the shit beat out of him a few times during it. Just painting houses for a living. Started his own business. Came here with like $30 in his pocket. All that bullshit. Who knows? Started his own business, and they were totally against Italian immigrants, totally against Irish immigrants. It wasn't about the color of your skin. It was about coming over here during tough times when people needed work.
It was about being poor. And
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get no hand, and they didn't get no handouts. Now these people are coming over here, and we're just giving them free everything, you know? Free hotel, free college. I mean, who wouldn't be pissed off? You got to be an idiot not to be pissed off about that. My daughter didn't get no breaks for college. I'm not no millionaire. I had to pay for that. I had to pay for that shit because I didn't want her to take out a bunch of loans and pay them back forever like I did.
You gotta give him the McGregor treatment.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Spin this fucking wheel, says William. But yeah, like this whole thing, man, like they're not doing that. Like the whole Minnesota thing, it's just like we look ridiculous at this stage. Do you know what I mean? But gentlemen, is sex before marriage wrong?
In the eyes of God. I mean,
yeah, in the eyes of God, in the eyes of God, of course it is.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
William says, "Shut the fuck up, leprechaun. Spin that wheel."
Holy shit!
Ooh,
that's a good one.
could UFOs be demons?
They definitely could be. But doesn't kind of the evidence that, I mean, we could argue on the evidence, but doesn't it kind of suggest they're helping us? Which would imply if they are godlike.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Bold strategy, Cotton. You're going to spin that wheel. Is yoga just exercise or religious?
Exercise.
Exercise. Gay exercise. Sorry.
Dude,
I shouldn't say that because I know some people that could do some crazy shit just from practicing yoga. It gives you some unique strengths in some areas. So no, I don't see it as being religious.
Yeah, but it does have mental practices and spiritual philosophy to it.
Yeah, that's what you can call it spiritual. You can call it spiritual, maybe. I don't know if that's religious. Two different things, right?
Can you just be praying while you're doing it?
Yeah, but if you're praying,
That's like
then
shit
is it not
taking-
religious?
That
And it
But
has
it's not
rituals,
yoga, though.
you know?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Y'all talking about Yogi Bear and shit? Are tattoos sinful?
I don't think so, but I don't have evidence to it.
These motherfuckers. Earlier on, you were like, "Not transgender is against God's image. We should not, mark or blemish God's image." And now all of a sudden, tattoos are.
It's my skin color.
What, he's got a sleeve or something. He's rocking a sleeve. Is that what's going on here?
By
Me?
Christian worldview, I believe they are considered sinful. Body's a temple.
I don't have a sleeve or anything, but I have tattoos.
Like
There can be manipulation. There can be the changing.
Don't you
of
step
the
on
person.
dude's balls? Who the fuck are you to
You're
say
begging for
anything?
it.
Who the fuck are you to say anything, Terry? Other than spin that motherfucking wheel? Gentlemen, should women cover their heads?
No.
Okay,
No,
right.
see,
Now,
this
let me make my
friggin-
case.
this thing-
Oh, here we go.
This thing-
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Let's go.
brown
there.
paper
It's just
bag.
raining out.
Gentlemen,
If it's raining out.
Well, hold on.
Like,
We didn't
and
clarify.
get fancy.
Hold on. Is that? Are they ugly? Because that should.
After-
Yeah, there's a lot of Ogos. There's a lot of Ogos. And I'm telling you, just brown paper bag. We don't need to get no fancy, but they can do the whole burger thing if they want to. But
They can just-
brown paper bag.
want-
But like, nah,
Yeah,
I just
but-
don't want to look at your face.
Yeah, but
So
maybe
is
they
it
got really
only
nice.
ugly women?
Maybe they got really nice hair, and I want to see the hair, so I can just have them look down.
Mm.
Look the
It's
other
very
way.
offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
I said to William, that bitch is ugly as fuck and she needs a brown paper bag and we gotta spin that wheel. Is witchcraft real and dangerous?
No and no.
Interesting.
I think there's people who
I don't know. I don't.
definitely believe in it, but it's
I
not
don't-
dangerous.
I don't know. Kind of up. I kind of think there might be. Just because you don't believe in it, they believe in it. You can do weird shit like voodoo. It's considered witchcraft, right?
Yeah, I have many ex-girlfriends that were practicing witchcraft, and if
Yeah, I
their
think
shit
there-
worked, I'd be dead.
Well, I think a lot of them are just full of shit, and they're just crazy.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
not real.
I'm about to break y'all's fucking mind right here, boys, right? Like we read the Bible like because like you get wisdom from the Bible, right? Correct? Like or you get wisdom from these stories or even with these mythology or these fictions, like I was talking about, like with movies and all this kind of stuff. There's a reason why you get that because you'll get wisdom from it. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of like even with certain rituals or practices, it's about you know, like when you say like expelling demons, like some rituals or practices can be like you're focused on a certain image on the stuff, and then boom, you drew the flame in, and boom, the image goes out of your head, and that works. It literally allows them. It's cathartic. They get all that negative energy out, and boom, like it's like they've cleansed their spirit, right? Who are we to say that's not real?
Yeah, there's no
the
way
opposite.
a group of dudes didn't convince a whole bunch of chicks to go prance around naked in the forest, and it stuck.
Nah, bro, I'm telling you that stuff did not started with dudes. That stuff is like
Pagan.
women. Like there's a woman wrote Harry Potter. Do you know what I mean? Men don't grasp the what was it like men don't grasp the emotional, but the women do. And like that's the whole kind of like counter argument to like this whole like force doctrine or like force being fundamental, because like seduction is another thing.
Did you ever see that guy on YouTube? He just goes in, he investigates, interviews people on all different kinds of subjects, and he said it was about voodoo and stuff like that, voodoo, witchcraft. So he said, I'm gonna go to the best, most well-known, creepy, whatever you want to call them, and have a spell put on me and see what happens. And it screwed his shit all up. He had all kinds of bad things happen to him. The minute that spell was put on him. And it was from some
real. Yeah,
like
that was
voodoo
real.
guy. Some voodoo guy. Could it have been in his head, sort of? That he opened himself up? That part of it?
Yeah, did you make a whole bunch of shitty decisions?
No.
But if she was able to quote unquote psych him out, and that caused him to do those shitty decisions, is that not real?
Yeah.
Is that not dangerous?
The work. Watch the movie The Unbinding. The documentary. With the doll.
We're speaking to Sophia right here. Like that's what I'm saying, like philosophy. Philosophia. Like Sophia's wisdom. It's a chick. Told y'all I was gonna break their minds.
Yeah, but that's manipulation, is it not? Not witchcraft.
Like,
there's a reason.
Does that not counter force?
I think it could definitely be dangerous. I'll leave it. I'll leave it there. Why people shouldn't mess with it.
My main issue with Hollywood or with the Gamergate shit, if you want to draw in like games to it, because like that's technically a modern media form, or just like modern day storytelling, is not that like I don't want to remove female like heroes or female roles. I want to stop the bullshit where it's like she kicks a dude who's like 4 times the size of her and he goes flying across the room and all this kind of shit.
Yeah,
like when you think of like a female heroine or whatever that leads that or a spy or whatever the fuck, she's not gonna physically beat the shit out of the dude. She's gonna like do this shit where it's like she poisons his drink or something like that kind of thing.
Yeah, she's not gonna have like on these witchy shows. She's not gonna have lightning bolts flying out of her fingertips and all that crazy shit. You know.
Yeah,
in terms of like with Thor and all this kind of shit, it's like that scene where he goes into the air and he slams the hammer down. It's all thunder on. So that's a cool effect. Don't get me wrong. But in terms of the aspect of like I know I'm giving like the hero example, because there's like that's like when you think of like a hero, like that's basically a typical story we think. But like in terms of like Sherlock Holmes, for example, like Irene Adler, that's like the that female role that like you want like women to look up to or whatever. Like that aspect where it's like you can trick the man. You don't need to go into the ring with the man and try and beat him on physicality. You can beat him on other aspects, all this kind of shit. Don't try to be a man, be a woman. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, William says, "Spin that motherfucking wheel." Wait, where is it?
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it? Name is William, and he says, "Spin that motherfucking wheel." And shout out to Shazzy Bell for the 2. She says, "Chad, who's getting the meme? The premium meme is on the line. Is drinking alcohol a sin?"
No.
Being drunk is a sin.
Unless you're living under Islamist worldview, they consider it a sin.
But I was told Smoky Man bad.
What's that?
I was told Smoky Man bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a
because he
total
drinks.
hypocrite on this one. Yep. Have you heard his analogy? I don't know if it was Andrew that made the analogy, but of the monk that had a drinking problem, but was like the most devoted person. And then, like, when he was dying, he was still drinking, but he was cutting in half every time.
Weaning off of it.
And the idea was that he understood that it was a sin, and he was trying.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm not an expert. I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert on the Bible. There's a lot of it. Some of it I know, and some of it I don't.
Oh, that's not from the Bible. It's just.
I didn't think drinking alcohol was a sin.
Well, being drunk is a sin.
Is that what they say?
Mm.
Okay. Good. I mean, if they said alcohol was a sin, and look at they have wine, I'm sure it's not non-alcoholic wine that they're hitting it at mass. We have communion.
The church my folks go to use grape juice, so it is non-alcoholic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic, and I kind of just lost. Just kind of lost faith in it. We had one priest, and everybody loved him, and one day he wasn't there. I'm like, what happened? Hope his name was Father McWeenie too. I'm not making this shit up. And then next week he's not there. We find out he just took off, and he was like, I want to say he was in close to 40, and he was with some 19-year-old girl and bought a convertible. And I seen him going into a pizza shop. Like, holy shit, man. I was like, I don't think I want to go to church. I fought my parents on it. They just gave up. They're like, it's not worth fighting with them anymore.
Well, everyone's fallible, right?
I made my daughter. I made my daughter go. She got a lot of great things out of it too.
That's a good point. Jesus did turn water into wine. I think he was pro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I say no. I think seems like we agree.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a sin.
I was trying to think of another topic since your wheel's out.
We gotta wait till someone moves the topic on. Don't worry, I got something spicy afterwards. So again, like if you're uncertain of what goes on afterwards, actually as well, we got $22 in the spin bank as well. Just to let everybody know. Or the financial we're renaming it the Financial Institution of Spins is now at 22. Just to let you all know.
Institution of Spins. Like that.
Yep. Be us. Yep.
I've only got one more in me. I have to work tomorrow. Or today, I should say.
I got to run out to the store and get my heartburn medication soon. Getting old sucks.
Letting William know that you want the spin as well is probably the worst way, because then William's like, nah, I'm actually going to make you suffer. You know what I mean? He's sitting there kind of going, nah, I'm not going to do shit, motherfuckers. But you also can spin as well if you want on the panel. Like the financial institution that spins is a generous financial institution. You know what I mean? So basically anybody's allowed to spin it. Or we could just all sit here and just watch the sea on blue, you know? Just was it bask in each other's presence, you know?
What if we change one word in that? Well, I guess it would be two words. Is smoking weed a sin?
No, I don't think it is. I don't smoke. I don't smoke weed. I did a very long time ago. I look at it the same thing as alcohol. I mean, Shit grows out of the ground, just like tobacco does.
Alcohol doesn't grow out of the ground. It has to be processed.
Yeah, even worse, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
but
don't.
it's a
I just
plant.
don't like weed because it makes me crawl. Feel like I'm crawling out of my skin if I try it anymore. I stopped when I found out I was having a kid. I was put on painkillers for my back, so I had to give those up. So weed and everything went with it, and went 10 years before I even took a sip of a beer again. And then one day I was like, my neighbors had some crazy weed out, and I was drinking some $150 bottle of scotch. And I was like, oh, you know what? Let me take a little hit of that. The next thing you know, I just felt so retarded. I had to go home. I couldn't even hold the conversation with people I knew for close to 10 years. I was just out of my skin. I was like, this is ridiculous. I was like, how could I couldn't function.
Was it the weed or was it the alcohol?
No, it was the weed, because I've tried just weed without drinking a couple times after that. And it's the same thing. I'm not because I used to get
It's
real.
just so you're not used to it.
Yeah, exactly. You have to do it basically on a daily basis and get used to it. But then it's a whole other. I don't know. I just think it's worse for you than people make it out to be.
But is it a sin?
I think
I 100% agree with you on that. I work in the cannabis industry.
What's that? Go ahead.
Oh, I work in the cannabis industry, and it's actually incredibly, in my opinion, insane, the regulation and how it has actually hindered shit. Because, like, I kind of think it should have been. Like, for me, I smoked when it was illegal, so, like, it should be hard to get.
Yeah,
in a sense.
I've
Like,
seen
to
it.
be able to go to like a Walmart and buy an ounce of weed, like you're just seeing people who literally cry when their Cash App card doesn't go through.
I think it's more about
pre-roll.
you want my opinion. I think it's more about the message it puts out. It makes kids think like you got celebrities talking about it, cracking jokes about it, like it's no big deal. I think it makes kids the way it's just everywhere. It makes kids think it's all right. I see more people doing it in public. I watch these people out. We built Great Wolf Lodge. It's a big water park. Look at these people in strollers, with kids in strollers, and I'm having a conversation in the parking lot, broad daylight, smoking blunts. Meanwhile, the back bumper's missing off that car. I mean, it's messing up people's priorities. It's just getting out of control. Like, it's just everywhere in your face. It's too much, you know?
Yeah, and in Illinois, we can't even advertise legally. So, like, it's insane. Like, the stuff I've seen, even just in the parking lot. But, like, people, like, you can't even legally have kids on the property. And the amount of people who leave their kids in the car to go in and buy, like, 2 joints is just, it's ridiculous.
I know people that smoke and they won't even get a card. They're like, nah, screw that shit. I got guns. And they're afraid that, one thing's going to lead to another.
Well, here it's recreational. So, I mean, there's no threat of that.
Vermont's recreational, too. I got a buddy and I think it actually helps him. He was a fireman. He's seen a lot of messed up shit.
No, that's kind of what I mean. Is it's not, it's being looked at a certain way where, like, it actually does help people. And a lot of people smoke and it's not even a thing. Like, what you do behind your fucking, like, inside your house or whatever. Why is that anybody else's business?
Yeah, I think there's also some people that think it helps them and it doesn't. People with psychiatric issues it makes them freak out, can make them make your anxiety worse. You're adding. You already got alcohol, which it's we legalized it. We ended prohibition. It is what it is. But I think adding weed to it also, like I think a lot of people make the argument, oh, alcohol is worse. It's like, well, that's not a good argument in my opinion. Because now we got both. You get some drinks in you, and then you get stoned. You're pretty freaking buzzed up, you know. And some people do stupid shit, but
it's my favorite. I don't do stupid shit, but that is my favorite.
it seems like they don't. Today, it definitely impairs your driving. They got this kid my daughter went to high school with. He killed 2 people. You drive, not paying attention while he was driving. Hit a car coming off a side street, and they tested him. He had weed in his system. I think one of his passengers died. I don't know. Like I said, I really don't care. I think you should have just left it the way it was. People are gonna get it anyway. Just leave it at that. At the same time, I don't think you should be locking people up for a friggin' quarter ounce of weed, putting them in prison. I
agree with. I think decriminalization would have been the better route as opposed to legalization.
There's also, it's a double-edged sword though, because if you know how the justice system works, you got a lot of people who are drug dealers, and 99% of the time they wind up pleading down to possession. So if you decriminalize it, then where do you go?
Oh, you just stop locking people up. But also, that gets tricky too, because on the black market, like, the people selling weed weren't only selling weed. If you know what I mean.
Most of them. But look what
I mean, it's a system where, like, oh, you can make this much money selling weed. Well, you make this much money selling that thing, and it's progressive. I've seen it so many times in my life.
Once they started legalizing weed, it was after like the second year or third year where it just, I forget how many states, the drug cartel started losing money off weed. What did they start doing? Started flooding the country with even more loads of hard drugs.
Yeah,
to make up for the profit loss.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you got negatives and positives. It's you know what I'm saying.
Speaking about negatives and positives, folks, I've reset the super chat goal to 5 $2 donations. We got 30 minutes to get it to extend for 1 hour. Otherwise, like I said, slow days. Might as well get an hour back in our days. And Shazzy says she selected the premium meme of the preacher. We're talking about the transgender. Is it against God's creation? Well, this is why we got ourselves a black preacher.
Black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines you're a woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
Appreciate you, Shazzy.
All right, guys. I gotta bounce out of here. I gotta go get my heartburn. That's what happens when you hit 50. Everything starts falling apart. All right. It was a good time as always. And
appreciate you stopping by.
Fun talking with you, Darth, and you're a legend, Teriak. I'll see you again some other time.
Take it easy, sir. Have a good one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have $24 in spin the bank. You want to spin it, Darts?
Yeah.
And get on to
Go
the next one. So 1 sec, I think I gotta play a clip just to buy myself some time. So here's a little guitar solo. Are we having fun yet, chat? So, like I said, this one is going to be a little bit of the dating wheel, okay? So again, like we got the couple of chicks in chat. Let's hear from the ladies. You know what I'm saying?
Spin it! Wow!
Are tattoos a deal breaker?
No.
Okay, let's say she's got some like face, like she just has like a black square on her forehead.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker. All right, fair enough. Other than face.
So then, what tattoos wouldn't be a deal breaker for you?
Like sleeves, or a sleeve, or like a leg sleeve. I don't know what you call that, a pant.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Pseudo Master says, I'm gonna come, and he's gonna say, spin that wheel. Should women pay on the first date? Hallelujah. I was hoping we'd get this one.
If they want to.
Oh my God. That was a complete milquetoast answer, bro. Hit me with something. Hit me with something.
Fuck that, I'm paying.
Why though?
Because. That's the tradition.
I believe that's the Oxford argument, I think. Because.
Well, actually, it was Webster, but who's splitting hairs?
One of them English things, thingamabobs.
I mean, I would personally act chivalrous, and yeah, I would pay. So no.
Okay. Should you be chivalrous to every single woman you see, or just a random woman off the street?
No, but I mean, I'm.
No, we can start. That's a starting point. We got a toe in the door. Okay, we got a toe in the door here. Okay, like it's an insult to not only like but like if you think about your future wife. If you're just gonna be like liberal with your chivalrylness, chivalrylness or whatever the fuck it's called, right?
Chivalrous, yeah.
Yeah. Same way that if she was like, liberal with her pussy, like, or like her flirtation, all this kind of stuff, you're like, not my kind of gal. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that essence of chivalry, like you should only really be giving that to like what'd be the word? Like your wife or like a woman that you would deem to be your future wife. Now, in the essence of a wife, like, I'm giving you the ring in terms of the essence of, like, I'm going to be taking care of you in terms of the bills and all this kind of stuff. I'm the man. I'm the chivalrous dude, the knight, etc., etc. I get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of, like, modern day, there's no, like, dowry, no, like, payment exchange and all this kind of shit. Like, it's literally up to the dude, like, all by himself, all this kind of shit. So, like, is it not, like, at least a gesture or a sign of kind of like intent for the woman to be the one to pay for the first day? Because this is not all the dates or anything like that where she's paying the bills in the house and all this kind of shit. This is just specifically for the first day. She pays for the first day.
Well, I'd assume that for me, if I'm going on the first date, I mean, should I assume that it's me doing this or just in general? Because there's me.
It would become like a general kind of like practice, like the same way that most people assume that men pay for the first date.
I assume whoever I'm going on a date with, I would want to pay for them.
Why?
Well, I would hope that I would know them well enough.
Because women don't think the same way.
No,
That's specifically a man thing.
Mhm.
And
Well,
again, I'm going to break minds here, and I'm going to expose the women's and all this kind of shit, the sisterhood. Like this is like some like psyop propaganda that women have put in men's heads.
Yes.
Like you're going to the date, like as the interviewee, not the interviewer.
Well, I would hope I would know enough about the person to know if they're worth paying for the first date before I went on the first date.
Like we say that, but then like, 3 months into the relationship, 6 months into the relationship, like they completely change. Like there's a turn, like the whole like honeymoon phase and all this kind of shit. People lie.
100%. So what? I'm out $10 for buying her a Baconator?
What? That's a first date? Bruh, no wonder you're paying for the date. That would be a disrespect to be like, yeah, we're going to McDonald's and you're paying. Golly.
Going to McDonald's, I'll at least take her to Wendy's.
But you get my point.
I do.
So like in terms of that essence, like why is the guy saying I need to impress her? Especially because like the modern day woman is like this whole like sophisticated what could one call it, like
why is the woman impressed
well, I
by
suppose
a Baconator? Right?
Because like if we're to compare Black Dahlia, right? Like supposedly she was able to flirt with all these different men, get all these free meals on the stuff, but only sleep with 3 of them. And then we got chicks doing the OnlyFans and like doing like the prostitution, all this kind of shit. So it's like in terms of like the modern day man, he's not saying that it's like women have changed their behavior or their nature, right? He's simply he's saying that it's kind of like worse in terms of like the physicality kind of like aspect. But in terms of like when you looked at like women were able to get a free meal out of men even all the way back in like 1950s.
Yeah, but I
like
would
this whole thing of like women who will like prey on men for like to pay for their meals and to basically simp for them. You know what I mean?
I'm not a simp, so I mean,
No.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is, as a general piece of advice to a men, would it not be, like to have that mentality that like the girl that you're going to ask on this date, it's like you'd be more than willing to say to her that she should pay for the first date, because number one, you should be like well known enough, to your point of like actually known, like both of you should know each other well enough that you're not like doing this from a nefarious point of view. You know what I mean? You're doing this from, like I said, the sophisticated thing where it's like, okay, if we are going to be serious about intention, you're going to pay for the date to show me that you're not just going to use me for a free meal. And because, like I said, I'm going to show you that, like, once you're like the what they call wifey material, you're going to get the chivalry. Do you know what I mean? But William says, enough of this talk. What the?
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
William's like, I'm disappointing you, Teriak. I'm disappointing you. You keep talking about this shit, Teriak. We shall shift the culture, William. Gotta start making these women pay. Would you date a single mom?
Yes, and I have.
Okay, give us the lore.
She had 2 little boys. I mean, it didn't work out, but it wasn't because of the kids or anything.
Yeah, well, I kind of like trying to respect your boundaries as much as possible. Also, like you don't have to give any specifics or anything like that. But like, was it just like a breakdown in communication, or just like logistics, or?
I was at a weird point in my life. I was unemployed, and she thought I wasn't putting effort into being employed, even though I was putting effort into her and her family kind of got weird. Which I still made money and whatnot. I just was not technically employed.
But like that's like often a thing I think about as well, is like when you think of like showbiz or what would be the thing, like even when you think of like things like NFL, WWE, like that whole kind of like aspect of like even becoming a comedian, it's like there's no real stable like 9 to 5. You know what I mean? And when you oftentimes when you look at like the people that quote unquote make it, all this kind of shit, it's like they literally like make nothing until they're like, you know, 30, 40, and then boom, they start to make it, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
And she didn't make shit for money, even though she was quote unquote employed, and I still paid for all of our dates.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of the like obviously with women it's different. It is what it is. Like I know like people are gonna say, oh, that's mahogany, all that kind of.
That is mahogany.
And to that I would say, ladies.
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something, or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. Please be patient. My mom did take Tylenol. But like my whole essence is that like the expectation, like this whole thing that like women say, it's like, oh, we just weren't vibing right and all this kind of shit. Basically, it like that what that means, like the womanese translation of that is, you're not meeting my expectations,
which are, in my experience, generally unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, but what I would also point out is that like women, like there's a reason why this is a meme.
That's stupid.
Like women often don't they don't often interpret what their own expectations are. Because like a woman, like I can show you this on the Dr. Phil show, will like give a list of like 200 requirements for her man, right? Or they'll say 500K or something like that on the whatever podcast. I need a man that earns 500K a year or some shit like that. Crazy. Yeah, but like in terms of like the actual expectations, like a dude could make 50K a year, but he looks like he's a millionaire. Like I take like one of these Italian dudes who like knows a cheap tailor, and he's like a financier, so he's like he knows the business talk and all this kind of shit, or he has like some sort of experience in business and stuff. Put him in a suit and at some event in Monaco, and you'll have literally like, you know, princesses, like royalty, like daughters of royalty, like fawning over him. You know what I mean? So in terms of like finance and all this kind of stuff, like that, like at least the perception of it, like that's basically like the expectation generally in terms of the like to say generally with women, that's like the expectation. Whereas with men, like there's a reason why like I make the case that men are more lovable than women, because there's that whole thing of like a man could walk into any Burger King or Subway or McDonald's and pick out his next future wife. But could a woman do the same thing for her husband?
Definitely not. Can I ask you though, would you date a single mom?
I wouldn't rule anything off the table. You know what I mean?
That's kind of how I look at it. I mean, it's not my preference necessarily, but I mean, it does present its own issues, right? I don't know if issues is the right way to say it, but.
And just to give a quick shout out to Creative Witch. Gotta get the Pepe guitar solo. Creative Witch with the $10 and Ko-Fi says, shut up, William. It is what it is. It is what it is. Appreciate you guys. So we shall be extending for the 6 hour mark. But yeah, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily rule anything out. But for me, the one kind of like deal break for me would be kids. Yeah, I mean, so obviously like that kind of puts the cap at maybe like 30. Maybe 31,
Kids,
32 at the latest.
If you had to choose between kids and big labia, since you brought up whatever.
Big labia matter.
Mm. I guess that's one of those where it could be the same thing.
And to those who are upset, my comments, as William would say, play the clip. Pussy clip.
Gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I know we had a bit of conflict before. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I mean 100% that you're all a bunch of pussies. I mean, you suck my balls if you think you're getting any respect out of me, you scums.
It is what it is. Not one step back, as they say. You know what I mean? But yeah, like in terms of the like I was saying, kind of like that thing that I noticed in kind of like dating or just relationships in general is like this expectation. But this whole thing of like understanding what your expectations are and being realistic about your expectations too. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of, for example, I can do both aspects. But we kind of already done with the woman where it's like, oh, he needs to have like 500K a year. Like the expectation really is that like he needs to have us covered when it comes to bills or like anytime we need money sorted, like for the necessities. That's like the most precise way of like that expectation. And maybe like some nice things and all this kind of shit, but like don't throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing. You need to make sure that like you focus on the necessities, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So in terms of that aspect, like that's like the insight and how you're able to extract out, and then you get down to, like I said, you can easily get like 50K, all this kind of shit. Conversely, on the opposite side with dudes, like they'll go all in on looks, and it's like, what good is looks when the bitch is like a ghoul? You know what I mean? Or you know, like one of these like psychos that like you know, like I say, kind of like drive you to court, like prevent you from seeing your kids, like just make your life an absolute nightmare and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
100%. I've got to. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, and I think that falls into paying for the first date too. I would know what the expectations were before I even went on a date. You know, it's kind of lost on me how like getting to know somebody before you date them is like foreign now. Like I'm not just gonna go on a first date with a random person. I'm definitely gonna get to know them before I do that. And in theory, right? And same with a single mom. I'm going to know if this is going somewhere, and it could only go 6 months or whatever. But definitely would have a decent idea of who the hell I'm going on a date on or date with.
Well, couldn't it be certain situations where, like, let's say when you first meet them, they're like, yeah, like, we'll come at it from, like, let's say the atheist perspective. Like, you meet a fellow atheist or whatever. Boy meets girl, falls in love, etc., right? And these both were like, yeah, no, we're all, like, anti-natalists. We don't want kids, all this kind of shit. But then, like, 2 years down the line, or some long period down the line, she has, like, some, like, life-changing moment where her sister has a kid, she's holding the kid, and she's like, oh my god, like I want to have kids and all this kind of shit. And like that stuff like literally embeds in her mind, and she can never, she becomes obsessed with having kids. You know what I mean? The reason why I say it from this aspect is it's not necessarily that like you're going in and you're lying or you have like ill intentions for your partner, but like your priorities shift or your mentality changes to a degree where you're not so much in sync with the person anymore. It's not necessarily you didn't know them. It's the fact that they change, as we all do. We all evolve over time. Ideas change, all this kind of shit. But in terms of like that aspect, like is there any way you can see at least of alleviating that? Or because like I think that's like a core issue in terms of like the male aspect, where in terms of like his risk or his potential fallout of failure is like basically that simple. Like it can be that simple where it's like basically they just change your mind, and then all of a sudden I'm in a much worse situation where maybe I wasn't even that good in a certain situation before. You know what I mean?
I do. I had a relationship very similar to that, and I ask myself that all the time, actually.
That's why we gotta get ourselves logic, and there's none better to teach us logic than our boy Speakeasy himself.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
Anything else, dipshit?
Absolute mic drop, and welcome back, sir.
What's up?
Not
we
much,
still-
not much.
We still on the would you date a single mom? Well, I'm a single
Yeah.
dad, so I can't say no, right? I mean, I can, but obviously I would. It wouldn't be my first choice, but if I liked her and she shared my values and I was attracted to her, absolutely.
But like, why wouldn't it be your first choice?
Because there usually comes some drama, and there's more of a possibility that there could be extra drama and baggage.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
women handle like it depends on the situation. That's not a guarantee, but it kind of makes me think it's at least a possibility. It's more of a possibility. If you dated a good guy, it just didn't work out. You know, she was younger, and you know, I'd be more skeptical if she was divorced and it was divorced single mom, and she was the decider of that going splits, and it wasn't for a valid reason.
Would age be a factor?
Would age be a factor? I tend to go. I'm gonna be 50 this year. I go for women that are usually in their mid to late 30s.
Yeah. So let me give you an option here, and don't get me wrong. I've been scheming. I'm a bit diabolical. Okay, so this is a diabolical choice here. All right. I'll give you 2 options. Chick like looks relatively in terms of like natural features, like they're pretty much same. Both like let's say 20 years old, right? Single mom has 1 kid, and the kid's like 1 year old or some shit like that. And the dad like died fighting in Ukraine or some noble shit or whatever, right? And then versus the other chick is like a 20-year-old liberal arts college, purple hair, nose rings, and is like anti-natalist. Which one? and it's like it's post-war, some shit like that, and it's like basically we're raffling off things because we need to repopulate quick,
Not even
otherwise we're
close.
gonna die off.
Not even close. Definitely going with the single mom in that case, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure,
You know
going
what
with
I'm
the single
saying?
mom. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Plus,
No, that's what I wanted.
those blue-haired chicks ain't banging dudes anyways.
It's like I said, it's not a deal. It's not a deal breaker. But if I could find two women, same age group, equal in looks, values are really more important though. Let's say they both have the same of everything that I want. I'm gonna go for the one without the kid than one that has one. It's a preference. But if it's crazy haired feminist liberal, she could even be smoking hot in her 20s. I'm not first of all, that just makes me feel kind of odd. Like I got a daughter that's 22, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. That's just me personally. I'm not gonna knock anybody that would be in that kind of age gap relationship.
Yeah, like I said, it was like rough imagery that I was conjuring there and putting in your heads. You know what I mean? I'm not saying necessarily like all women with purple hair are bad, okay?
Right.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? But yeah, no, like that kind of like thing of like you could say like 30-year-olds or whatever, or like it was we're on a desert island. You know what I mean? And there's only enough food to feed two of yous, and obviously like you're the dude, and the only way to repopulate is if you survive. So then you have to pick one or the other. Like think of like one of those kind of situations. You know what I mean? Think of that like liberal arts student, don't know nothing about nothing, doesn't like you have to convince her that like continuing mankind is a good thing, versus you have like the single mom who's like, because like in a way with like the whole single motherhood thing, it's like it shows that like she actually cares about the kid. You know what I mean? Some of these women will like pretend that they care about the kid, and then they're popping pills like it's 1999. You know what I mean? In a discotheque.
Agreed. I think all our moms took Tylenol, didn't they? Though
it's the only thing that explains my retardation, at least. You know.
What are you trying to say?
I was diagnosed with iron scoliosis. I don't know if you know what that is.
No.
Yeah. Just a joke. It means I have a hard head. I made it up.
Ah.
Iron scoliosis. Bad
So you're
joke.
gonna spin that wheel one more time?
He says, "Spin that wheel." So we gotta spin that wheel, folks.
Spin that! Spin that! Spin that! Wow!
Is I have a lot of male friends an instant red flag?
For me, yeah.
I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
Is it?
Yeah, because I think women are more likely to put bullshit in another woman's ears versus men. Depending on the
That
situation.
all men want to bang her.
Maybe it depends on the men. Maybe it depends on the men.
But they all want to bang her, though.
How do you know that? What if they're all married?
Okay.
What if they're all married? What if they're all married?
Yeah, because a marriage has always prevented cheating.
I don't know.
Any chick that thinks they have a lot of male friends just means she has a lot of people that want to bang her that just haven't expressed that they want to bang her. Or maybe they have. She just didn't realize it.
I have to be honest with you, I have more female friends than I do male friends.
Well, maybe that's because
I
they're.
mean, they don't want to bang you. I mean, they don't want to bang me.
Well, maybe they're safe because, well, in their minds, because they don't feel the threat of you wanting to bang them. But if they
it depends.
said that you could, would you?
What's that?
Mm.
If I could?
No, if they explicitly told you, like, I would totally bang you right now.
Well, here's the thing. A few of them I was already with years and years ago, and we just realized
You already banged them.
we already banged them. We just realized we were better off as friends. I'm talking like girls I knew when I was 15, 16.
That's called a roster, buddy.
No, that's not a roster. Are you kidding me?
Keeping you on the back burner. She knows she can always get it if she wants it.
I'm telling you, folks, Harry met Sally. It's a classic for a reason. It proves this whole topic that men and women can't be friends. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like the only thing you should be worried about is the sisterhood and all their schemes and all this kind of shit. Because what you call it, Iron Scoliosis makes a great point that basically, you know, like if you have a lot of the sisterhood whispering in their ear, then, you know, like that's not going to be good for the relationship because like women get jealous, all this kind of shit. But the counter thing is that like if she got like a ton of guy friends, they're also going to whisper in her ear to try and sabotage the relationship because they want to bang her as well. You know what I mean? So in terms of the dynamic, it's better when if the women chill with the women and the men chill with the men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whatever. I guess. I don't know.
I mean, you already banged them, so like, when it comes
Not all
to
of
that,
them. Not all of them.
But the ones you haven't, if they gave you the option,
the ones that I haven't, I wouldn't. To be honest with you.
Exactly. I rest my case, John. And like this ain't even me. This is Harry Met Sally. This is like
it's a movie.
Timeless classic.
It's a movie.
Yeah, but it's a movie for a reason. It has meaning.
And what constitutes a lot? Like 5? Now, if she's got like 20 or 30.
2 is too many. 1 is too many, for that matter.
Depends. What if the guy's so goddamn freaking ugly that she has zero physical attraction? And yeah, he might want to, but he's never going to get the chance. I'd be like, all right. I'll out-compete that dude any day.
Yeah, but then we're getting back to this whole thing of like the mind games, and then it's like you're like I've now have to compete for her and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm kind of more like I'm lazy. Don't get me wrong, I'm lazy. So I'm just kind of like, listen, if you want to bang other dudes, there's the door. I got shit to do. You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like
Well, isn't it kind of a sign of delusion if she thinks she has a lot of male friends just because she doesn't get along with women and she just thinks that her male friends don't want to bang her? Isn't that a sign of delusion in a way?
There's also, and I'm going with my ex-girlfriend from high school that I still talk to today. And she says, she's like, I just don't get along with girls because they're a bunch of immature, petty bitches. So I guess, you know, you're probably right. It's probably worse. Probably more of a red flag if they had a lot of male friends, but I guess I'll say there's exceptions to the rule.
Of course, with everything.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of fence sitting, boys.
No, I think 1's too many, personally.
God damn. Let's hear the story behind this, Darth. How do we enact this?
I'm
This
supposed to be
utopia
her
you
male
speak
friend.
of?
Well, if it's my girlfriend, I'm supposed to be her male friend.
So it's actually 0, but like you give her the L. Oh no, you can have one male friend.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I
like
see what you're, yeah, okay.
What if it's a male friend that, like, they just communicate by like phone or social media and they're 1,500 miles apart? Does that make it a little easier for you to deal with?
Is he gay?
Is he gay? I don't know. He might be. Tell you what, man.
I mean, sorry for answering the question.
They love the homos. They love
Even then,
homos.
like, even if you said yeah, I'd be like, "Are you sure?" I mean, isn't that emotional cheating? Why can't you tell me?
No, I mean, it's. I mean, if they're freaking all talking lovey-dovey with each other, if it's not just hey, if it's.
Well, how would I know?
What if it's just like, hey, how you doing? How things been? You know.
How would I know that? I'm not going through a phone.
I don't know.
What is the one way I could be sure? If she has no male friends besides me.
I don't know. That sounds a little bit too insecure to me. A little too insecure.
Why?
Every woman has at least one male friend, even if they're
Friend?
married. Yeah.
Well, I guess the threshold of what a friend is, I guess it would be in question.
Yeah.
And like this could be more so. It's like you're not insecure about the woman. It's the fact that you're like, I don't trust the man. You know what I mean?
100%.
And it's like you can reinforce this by saying, "Bitch, you were the one that were saying that you'd rather be with a bear than a strange man." You know what I mean? So,
well, not all girls say that though.
Yeah, true, but they'd still like the girls that wouldn't say that would still recognize that, like in terms of like that dynamic, like you just like flip it and like picture who they care about most or the relationship they're in. Picture them hanging around with like 12 girls that like are like blurring the lines between like what's socially acceptable and what's not socially acceptable.
Hey, hold on, I gotta open up a window in here. Wait a second. Fucking Northeast Pennsylvania weather goes from 73 degrees yesterday to like 30 overnight.
Bro, it's unbelievable. Same thing over here. It was a fucking like cold wind, I think, from the north or some shit.
This is the worst winter I can remember in probably 15, 20 years. Like 17, 20 below zero. And we wound up getting stuck with all outside work. So they go, we're gonna start building this deck. I'm like, you retard. I'm like we got no heavy equipment and we got to dig 4 foot to put these footers in for this deck. How do you explain to me, asshole, on paper how that's possible? I'm glad it's warming up.
I kind of missed your question, Terry. I was waiting for him to respond.
Yeah, no, but I think Creative Witch echoes it here, like saying she was in an abusive relationship, and like if the like that's basically what the last dude did with her, kind of saying you're not allowed to talk to any other dudes and all this kind of shit. But the key thing I think Darth was mentioning is like it depends on like what you're calling a friend. Like a friend is literally like someone that like a call like where it's like I'm in my kind of like worst state or whatever, and like or like I'm in most need and all this kind of shit, and I'm confident not only would they help me out, but they would keep that shit on down low and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And in terms of like that aspect, there's a lot of people that let's say we socialize with that we might even colloquially call friends, but they're more like colleagues or co-workers or associates or like they're at that kind of like level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant by the threshold of friend. Because I mean, obviously, you have to interact with people.
Like in a way, like friend is someone you consider family who is not your family. I think would probably be the shortest way to describe it.
And I definitely think there's exceptions to an extent, but I mean, the question is it a red flag? And yeah, I'd say it is.
All right, I'm wrong. Is that good? Is that good enough? I'm wrong. Can we go to another topic? This is a boring topic.
But we have $26 in the spin bank, gentlemen. Do we want to use a spin?
Yeah, I'm down for one more, but then I gotta go to bed.
My man. Spin that motherfucking wheel. Would you let your girl go on a solo girls trip to Dubai?
Hell,
probably
freaking no.
Definitely not.
Why not?
Because she's gonna come out with holes the size of the Lincoln Tunnel, or she's not gonna come back at all. She'll be sex trafficked.
That's Venezuela, not Dubai.
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
Dubai's pretty.
I know. I just had to make
Really?
a Venezuela joke.
half $500,000 for them to just straight up abuse girls.
Every word of that sentence is a red flag.
Yeah.
Or question, I should say.
I wouldn't let my daughter go to freaking just about anywhere. I don't think any other country at this point. I wouldn't even let her go to like Chicago, New York City. You know, she's 22. And I'm like, well, so you're gonna go in here? I'm like, no, you're not. You know, and she tried to pull that. Well, I'm an adult. A couple years ago, I said, no, you're not an adult because I still have to pay for your shit. You're still in college. I got to pay for your shit. She's like, all right, fair point.
My house, my rules.
Dangerous out there.
Can you spin it one more time?
And my man says, fuck this shit. We're going to spin this shit one more time, baby.
One good one.
Is a high body count a deal breaker for marriage?
100%.
100%.
Okay, gentlemen, I propose to you a virgin, but is that like liberal arts, like anti-natalist, all this kind of shit, versus chick, she was like, how can I explain this?
What's her name from
like,
Nala from whatever?
No, not Nala. Like, let's say that like she was, she was like brought up by like meth dealers, some shit like that, and then like she was basically like basically like her mother and her dad basically pimped her out and all this kind of shit. But when she was like 25, she found a way. She found Jesus, and it was like completely turned away. She's like Orthodox Christian, base as fuck, all this kind of stuff. Which one you marrying, gentlemen?
Can I say neither?
This guy, neither.
I guess,
neither, he says.
I guess if I had to pick one, oh my god!
I mean, it's easy for me.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it would there'd have to be a lot of vetting to make sure that she's not just full of shit and that the story is true. And that'd be a horrible thing to be pimped out for drugs by your parents, you know?
One, are we assuming that like she's been tested like for intravenous like diseases?
Yeah, right. Teriac. Well, you can say
like, she don't got no STDs, no nothing. You know what I mean? Like they were meth dealers, but like it was a clean operation. Like think of like Heisenberg, kind of like meth we talked about.
That does not exist. I live in the meth capital of the world. There's no such thing as the clean meth operation.
That's pretty. They had rags on They had rags and fresh Kleenex every day on the end table.
They operated like businessmen and shit, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, it almost makes it worse. Oh man,
the illusion.
Oh my God. I don't know, man. I might have to take the other one and say, you know what? I could fix her. But I don't know. Holy shit. This is fucked up.
I mean, they're pretty extreme.
Yeah.
I would go the Reformed.
Yeah, I mean,
my man.
I'd have to. I gotta verify it. You know what I mean? I can't just take a word for it.
What do you mean verify? What, you're gonna like fucking get a
church.
QR scanner and scan her pussy?
No, like go to her church, make sure she's actually like out of that shit. You know?
Couldn't she be faking it though?
No, like she's 100% legit. She goes to liturgy. She does all the thingamabobs. Like she's like official. Like the church is like she's like an actual official member and all this kind of stuff.
Right. That's what I mean. I mean, yeah, possibly you could fake that, but yeah, yeah.
Does it have to be meth?
It's still tough. It's still tough. It's tough one to swallow. You're gonna have some images running through your head on your wedding night. Holy shit. Oh man.
I would 100% go with the Reformed. But I mean, I'm gonna be skeptical to an extent. I mean, that kind of goes back to I would like to think I would know enough before a first date. Been around a lot of drug addicts. I think I'd know.
Oh, I don't play that friggin' first date game shit. It's like, I just want to get right to it, make it fast. Within 20 minutes, I know if it's over or if it's worth continuing. Like, you got these women where it's like they want to interact and talk and chat over the phone for like 2 weeks before they get together with you. Fuck that shit. I ain't got the time for that shit. I really just don't have the time for it.
I'm quite good.
Interesting. So, like, you're kind of basically the opposite of what Darth is saying.
Yeah. As far as like early on the whole dating thing, yeah, I don't want to. The only exception to that is if I happen to meet someone at like work where you're already face to face interacting every day, or let's say it's a girl that works at the bank, and every time I go in there, we're bullshitting. I might see what she's about, try and gauge what she's about for a little bit before I ask her out. But then you got some where you do, and it's like they'll give me a number, and they want to like talk for like freaking days or weeks. Like they're just, I don't know. I understand there's a lot of creeps out there and shit, and they're paranoid, but
well, I mean, is your goal just banging or marriage?
No. If I'm I'm only gonna date if my intention is to meet someone to spend the rest of my life with. That's it. At this point, that's it.
Well, then shouldn't high body count be a deal breaker?
Shouldn't a high body count be a deal breaker?
If your intent is marriage.
Well, if you're talking about that was a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to choose one. I would choose neither. In a real world situation, I would choose neither of those girls.
Yeah, but you were saying more so like the fuck, I lost it. Like the in terms of the like the you want kind of like it to be fast and over with quick kind of thing in terms of like the dating and all this kind of shit. But like what Dart was kind of pointing out is like surely like you'd want to be able to scope her out over a couple of weeks and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
It depends on okay. I'd like to, but that's usually not the case. Usually I meet a chick at the grocery store and I'll talk to her and I'll find out if she's single and get her number and
But you're saying you don't have time for it and you want to get to it quicker, but like, wouldn't you have more time if you're doing it slowly?
Huh? If I'm doing it
Like
slowly,
you're like, oh, I want to get to it like immediately.
no,
I don't have time.
I want to get to that date. I don't want to. If I meet a chick at the grocery store, let's say I run into a chick at the grocery store and we exchange numbers. I'm gonna call you, talk for 5 minutes. Let's set up. Even if we just go out for a coffee or a walk in the friggin' park. I don't want to text and talk back and forth for 3 weeks first. That's what I mean. And there are a lot of girls that are like that. Because they're real skeptical of men these days because all the bullshit that's put out there, bear versus man in the woods type of stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Does that make sense? More sense?
A little bit. I mean, I understand your point of view a little bit, but I disagree just in the sense that if the goal is longevity, I mean, if it's for marriage, right? Like, what are we rushing here?
I'm 50, dude.
Okay.
I don't have all the time in the world.
I'm 41. I don't either.
There's a big difference between 41 and 50.
Yeah, 9 years.
Yeah, it's a big difference. I
Are we
was
talking
40.
about math, or are we talking about like if you want a meaningful relationship with someone, wouldn't you want the courtship to be more than
But courtship, like I'm talking about where a girl wants to act like she's my girl, that's like she's already my wife by texting me 18 times a day or calling 5 times a day for 2-3 weeks before she agrees to a first date. I run into that sometimes and I just don't have the time for it. I just lose interest.
You're
It's
talking
like
about clinginess. That's not getting to know somebody.
they expect me to entertain them through like chat, through texts and shit. You know what I mean? Like phone call. It's weird to me. It's like I don't. You know what I mean? I need to go out with you in person. That's the thing.
Yeah. Let me come at it this way. Like, are you saying that like the ideal scenario for you is that like as soon as like let's say you meet this chick in the grocery shop that like basically right there and then that you just basically say, oh, like we're going on a date this Monday, right? That's like the ideal scenario for you, correct?
No. I mean, a phone call to set it up. Everybody's got a different schedule, but not where it turns into like, it can drag on. It can drag.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like right there and then in the grocery shop, like when she gives you the number, like during that conversation, you're basically saying to her like, or she says to you, it's like, oh, I'm free, this Friday.
Oh, that's ideal. That's ideal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't happen a lot anymore. There's been a change in women. It's like they're just really like overcautious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm pointing to with the ideal is, right, like ideally you want to like basically meet this chick and then straight from that conversation get to like the fancy Italian restaurant and you're whining and dining her, correct?
Yeah. No, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be the fancy Italian restaurant, just a date.
Yeah, a date. So like in terms of like that aspect, is that not pointing into my thing that I'm saying where like basically we have this epidemic of a lot of these women that just like use men for free meals?
That's why you go to Wendy's. Get her a bacon.
That's why I don't do that. I don't do that in the first date. I usually don't do that in the first date. We'll get together for coffee. We'll go meet somewhere. We'll go for a walk. I don't mind like doing a movie, but I'm not taking you to some fancy Italian restaurant on the first date. Like that's not going to happen. I'm not dropping $150, $200 on dinner for a chick that I don't even know on the first date. That's not happening anymore.
Wouldn't that kind of make my point?
Like this is my kind of like last aspect. Like, what's the difference between, like, let's say, going for a walk in the park and just like having a phone call?
Big difference. You're in person. You're with it. It's totally different face to face than talking on the phone or texting. Maybe it's just a personal thing with me. I'm just telling you that's how it is with me. And you want to do that for like weeks, and I find like sometimes or a week or two, and it's like, oh, I'm busy this week, or sometimes they have too. You know, you wind up finding out they got too busy of a schedule anyway, and I'll just bail. So sometimes it can be a good thing, that, you know. But I'd like to get in there and just find out quick instead of wasting my freaking time. I'll move on to the next one.
But even okay, let's say, what's the difference between like going for the walk in the park versus like being in the grocery store right there?
Well, how long are you going to stand and talk in a grocery store?
Depends on how interesting the conversation is.
I'd hope if you're going on a date with her that it was a pretty interesting conversation that was lengthy.
I don't know. I see it as I see it as two different things: bumping in the grocery store, and me basically hitting on a woman.
That's why I asked if it's about marriage or banging. Because if it's marriage,
it's not about getting laid. Like, I have no interest in wasting my time.
Sounds like you want a fast track to getting laid, as opposed to.
I just want to. I don't want to waste friggin' time when there could be someone else out there.
How is it wasting time? How's getting to know somebody wasting time?
I want to do it. I want to get to know them in person. It's totally different face to face. Especially if you do it like in a park or something like that, or you go mountain biking. You know what I mean? And then you just park the bikes up and chill and look at some beautiful scenery, and yet you're alone, away from all the noise. It's totally different.
What if I can't mountain?
That's just my preference. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah. That's just my preference. That's how I like to do things.
I thought you were going to do the dentist thing where it's like, yeah, you go mountain biking. Because like we're talking about like going for a walk or a coffee or some shit like that. And then you're like mountain biking. You go up to a mountain. It's remote. You're away from everybody. And there's the implication. I'm like, wait, what? You know what I mean? But like that's what I'm saying in terms of like the aspect of the relationship. Like I agree the whole like paying $200 for like this fine wine bullshit kind of thing. Like do the coffee or do the walk in the park, all this kind of shit. But like this whole aspect like that I'm saying is that like it seems like you want to kind of like rush to the date. But
yeah,
like what we're kind of saying is that it's like you're saying that you want to scope her out on the date, but we're kind of saying like no, like I just want to be able to scope this chick out because again, like she could be lying to me.
Wouldn't it be applicable for the bear thing, right? Like, how are you gonna rush to convince a woman who's scared to, come across a man in the woods as opposed to a bear in a quick amount of time? If we're living in Delulu land, right?
They're not all like that, but it seems like the ones who are, it's like they just want to. It's text back and forth. It just annoys me. I'm sorry, I'm from a different generation. Like,
but how would you know that?
My daughter can text me as many times as she wants during the day. My friends can, but like it's just I don't know. It's like I don't even know you, and you want to text me. It just seems fake to me. You know, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it, man. I don't know. Like that's all. So I really got it. It's the only really way.
It seems like you just really don't like texting. That's what I'm getting from this.
I don't like texting, and here's the thing: like, if you're not already we're not already serious and we're dating, like, okay, if I go on a date with a chick, if I'm gonna go on a second date, 100%, she's gonna know, like, hey, if there's no still looking for guys seeing other people, it's done. I'm not gonna go for a second date. If you're still talking, you still might be on the market. If you're still on the market, that's how I look at it. I expect that way for both of us. But I don't know someone that well. It's like it's just weird. Like having these long, talking on the phone. Like, no, I don't know. It's fucking weird to me. I don't know. It just is. Now,
I
if,
feel
like
crude right now because I mean,
if it's my
That's
girlfriend,
what we're doing right now.
if it's my girlfriend, yeah, we're guys. If it's my girlfriend, you know what I mean?
wouldn't that be established? Wouldn't you be more comfortable if that was established before the first date?
If what was established before the first date,
Exclusivity.
how you gonna establish it for the first date? Because
but like it's gonna take time. You're not gonna be able to unravel this bitch like in like an hour of conversation to or like even less because we're saying just like being able to establish that like from the grocery store. You're not gonna be able to establish that she's not like how many dudes she's scoping, all this kind of stuff. Like you have to like let women talk and like the way they talk, the vocabulary they use, all this kind of shit. Is like me like sitting there listening to all this kind of shit, like Sherlock Holmes kind of going, oh, she phrases it this way, or she talks this way, or she has a bit of an accent this way, all this kind of shit. I'm gonna be in my head going, this bitch, like, she looks like seems like an innocent one. Or it could be like this bitch seems like she's like you know, like sinister as fuck. You know what I mean? Like she like the bitch that like wants to kill the Dalmatians, Cruella, whatever the fuck her name was. You know what I mean? So like but that takes time.
My point is, I don't get any of that over the phone or in a text.
What
I get that verbal communication. I hate video. I don't like video calls. I don't like video.
Unbelievable.
No, I just don't like video calls. I don't like video calls. I don't know.
So what the fuck is different then?
I hate the freaking phone camera thing. Maybe it's just my phone or whatever. Like, I don't know. I feel like I look fucking retarded on that thing for some reason. I like being in person. You can pick up on all kinds of different signals. You can't tell me a video phone call, or a text is the same thing as spending time with a person face to face. Is that you're honestly gonna tell me that?
Yep.
I think you're crazy.
My best friend lives 1,000 miles away from me. I hang out with him every day.
That's your best friend. You already know that person. That's
yeah. How do you think I know him?
So how you have a best friend that you don't even you don't spend time with? Never met in person?
100%.
What's that?
I spend time with him every day on Discord.
That's that's your best friend?
Do I know him less because he's 1,000 miles away?
I think so. I don't know.
Based on what? Like, what don't I know about him?
I don't know.
That I would know it in person.
I don't know. It's different. This whole phone error thing is just different. Like social media. I don't know. Like my best friend.
There is a difference. There is a difference. The difference though is that it's like you want to touch them or there's some physical contact there or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not trying to bang my best friend.
Doesn't even have to be touched. Doesn't even have to be
to be fair, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bang thing. It might be like, does she give good hugs? You know what I mean? I care about hugs. If someone gives shit hugs, I'm not marrying you. That's a deal breaker for me. I know it might seem trivial, but if you give shit hugs, we can't get married.
You don't know if there's a chemistry like in person with a woman. You don't know if the chemistry's there. I'm sorry. Maybe that's just
you
me.
met her in the grocery store and you talked to her on Discord for 3 weeks every night and got to know her, and then you go on a date with her. Like then you at least know what her, but you know what her worldview is, and isn't that important as far as establishing her?
Okay, right now, I might because I'm off from work for another 3 weeks because I'm waiting to have a surgery so I can go back to work. Right now, I might consider, okay, I got the time to bullshit with this chick over the phone if she wants, see what she's about. Normally, I just don't have the time for all that shit. I just don't.
Well, then you wouldn't have time to go on a date.
I'm a single parent. I have a busy schedule. I work long hours. I don't got time for that shit, man. And I might get home like I'm too tired. I don't feel like talking on the phone or texting. I just don't want to deal with it.
So you'd rather listen to
like
nagging in person?
What's that?
So you'd rather like have somebody that can potentially nag the shit out of you and find that out later in person?
Because like, because this is what like Dart's bringing on. It seems like basically like you view like all the messaging and all this kind of shit. It's just like nagging. You know what I mean? Well, there's different perspectives. Like you could look at like that as an opportunity to like you're scoping this bitch out. Like what vocabulary is she using? What ideas are in her head? What images is she painting? All this kind of shit, right? Another thing is that it's like but you come home after like a tough day of work and all this kind of stuff, and rather than her saying it's like, what's this, what's that, asking a bunch of questions, she's just like sending you like cute pictures of her in like outfits and all this kind of shit.
If we're already dating.
See what I'm saying? So like the texting back and forth, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, but I already know her. I already think there's something there, and it's leading somewhere. With a girl that I've never even gone out with, like that's just, I don't know, weird. Would be weird to me. That's all I'm saying, man. I'm not saying.
And how you know her more from going out on a first date that's rushed than as opposed to talking.
Doesn't have to be rushed. It's not that I'm going to get to know her all on the first date either. Of course not.
Yeah, but which makes more sense though? Like, if a woman said to you, "Oh, I start sending him nudes after our first date," versus I start sending him nudes after like 6 months back and forth and like having all these like deep conversations, all this kind of shit.
Well, no one should send nudes, but
I'm just like using that as an example, kind of thing. Something like intimate, like exchanging something intimate in terms of time frame. Like you're basically saying like one date, like I should be able to tell everything about this person versus like 6 months of like having late night conversations.
It's not. I didn't say from one date. Well, it's multiple. It's an accumulation of time in person together. If I go out on a date, if I go out on one date with her and I like her, then it's a different story. Okay, I'll bullshit with you a little bit. I'm talking about these chicks where you meet them, you like to go out sometime, whatever. Well, and you can't lock it down there, and they want to freaking talk to you for like freaking 2 weeks. And then sometimes it doesn't even freaking lead. I just get tired of it. And I'm like, this isn't worth my time. Make up your fucking mind. That's what I'm saying.
How often is this happening?
It
Just out of
happens.
curiosity.
An epidemic, bro. It's an epidemic.
It happens, bro. I'm telling you, it happens. But I just feel like my time's being wasted. And I feel like they're doing the same thing with like, they could be doing the same thing with like five other fucking guys. We're gonna spend time with them. You know what I mean?
Why you would want to check first?
No, but what I'm trying to point out is that it's like you're saying like all these women are like wasting a bunch of dudes' time. And it's like and I'm telling you, like these women have like your number saved in their phone as like Uber or psychiatrist or like therapist or where the fuck. Do you know what I mean? This is this is the dude I talk to. That's why I call him therapist. This is the dude who I go on dates with because he gives me free food. This is my Uber guy anytime I need to get across town in a hurry. You know what I mean? And like that's basically the thing I think that you're sensing is that, oh, this is one of these chicks. But what I'm trying to point out is like with your mentality where you just want to rush straight to the first date, you're going to screw yourself because like you're kind of too eager to try and lock the girl down rather than to scope her out. You know what I mean?
I like to scope her out in person. I'm not. After the first date,
there's got to be a clip for that. There's got to be a clip for that.
After the first date, I'm fine with the little chatting and talking with you over the phone. If it went well, and we know if there's chemistry there. You know if there's sometimes in the first date like there's chemistry. There's some chemistry there.
Could you be wrong 3 dates later?
What's that?
Could you be wrong 3 dates later?
Yeah, you could be. It's happened.
You know how you prevent that?
And I've done the phone thing, and that doesn't prevent it.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the phone thing.
That's what we're talking about.
Getting to know somebody before actually going on a date.
You don't always have that opportunity.
You can if you make it one.
I gotta get to know somebody. In person. It's different if it's like, okay, somebody I see at work. Like I said, you can feel that.
Keep saying you're wasting your time though with the phone shit. But it's like if you're actually in person going on physical dates without knowing the shit about people, isn't that wasting more of your own time?
Like it's the same conversation. Let's say it's the same conversation you're having in person than you're having in text.
It's not the same thing.
How?
There's verbal communication. There's a way a woman smells.
That's not verbal.
It's not the same thing. That's just my opinion.
Would you base if you would marry somebody on the way the way they smell?
No, it's a combination of a bunch of different things. There's either chemistry there. I've only been in basically except when I was real young and I was a different person in my party days. But since meeting my kid's mom, who passed away, we were together for 7 years, had my kid. I've only been in long-term relationships. Like since that, the shortest one was maybe after my kid was born was maybe, I want to say close to a year and a half. One was 6 years.
I'm sorry for your loss, by the way.
Shit happens. What are you going to do, man? You know?
Well, could it be a thing that's like you're more focused on like the relationship aspect than the actual individual?
Not sure what you mean.
Like you're more focused on being in a relationship rather than being with that particular individual.
No, it's more about the individual. I learned more about the individual from spending time with them in person. And like I said, we go out. I have no problem with if we go on a date, we don't hit it off. You know, right away, it's like nothing personal, didn't work out. Best of luck to you. See ya. If it goes well and we both know right there we're going to go on a second date, then sure, yeah, you call me, you text, you can send me cute little freaking emojis or whatever, or talk about our day. That's what I'm saying. It's where, you know, they want to freaking, you know, talk to me for like freaking 2 weeks before going out on a date. It's like I just don't have time for that bullshit, and it's just weird. It's like I don't know you.
Wouldn't that be indicative of how her behavior is going to be in the future, though? So, like, if she's super naggy and you dread that 2 weeks, I mean, you can kind of assume that's how it's going to be in the future, right?
Yeah, and then I'll be done. So I'm just usually just done. I just give up. I'm like, all right, this ain't gonna work out. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But the way I'm
it becomes part of my weeding out process.
Yeah, but my point is then, I mean, if you do it the way I'm suggesting, then you didn't have to buy her a Baconator in the first place.
Didn't have to buy her a what?
A Baconator.
A Baconator? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's ideal first date is Wendy's.
Or Steak and Shake. I mean, they used to have a wait staff.
Honestly, I wouldn't care if like an ideal date to me is, you know, it depends on the girl. really. I don't know.
I didn't say I wouldn't buy her a Frosty too. Just to be fair.
Yeah, he is a gentleman after all.
I went out. I'll give you an interesting first date. This is why I won't do like I try and stay. I'm not saying I would. I try and stay away from like the whole bar thing. For it used to be like beers and that, some beers, some music, some appetizers. It was a big thing, and this chick somehow brought up politics or whatever, and I was like, I don't think we should really talk about this. It was like literally, I didn't even finish my first beer. And I already started getting the vibe. I was like, all right, this is going to go nowhere. And she like slides her chair back. She's like, oh, don't tell me you voted for Trump. I'm like, yeah, I voted for Trump. I'm like, why is that a big deal? And she's like, oh, that's it. She's like, this is over. I'm like, whatever. See ya. So I'm sitting there, finishing my beer. I got my food coming. This bitch went up to the bar, bitching on her phone about me. To her friend, I guess, or whatever. And she did like 3 shots of Patron on my open tab. Like, okay, it's like, oh, I'm that bad because I'm a Trumper, but it was okay spending my money on Patron. Like you fucking bitch.
If only there was a way to prevent that situation from happening.
Yeah, and it ain't fucking. It ain't chatting on the phone.
Yeah, you could have told her you voted for Trump on the phone, and she would have flew off the handle, and you'd been like, "Yeah, screw this."
Yeah, could have trolled her a little bit.
What?
Moments, cracked the beer.
But whatever. I still had the experience.
Yeah, but that experience, what I've been trying to point out to all these motherfuckers, and you've just confirmed my story. What I've been trying to point out to all these Christians is that, like, these motherfuckers, modern day men, are getting screwed by these women who, like, she just robbed you.
Yeah.
That was theft. You know what I mean?
Could have easily been prevented. It could have
she could have went to jail for that shit, bro. You know what I mean? If a dude does that to a woman, he gets thrown into a paddy wagon or some shit like that. You know what I mean? That's what I've been trying to point out.
It was just ignorance, and I could have went up and stopped it, but I just thought it was funny and I'd have a great story to tell, so I just kind of let it happen. You know what I mean?
I agree. It's a great story to prove my point.
Yeah,
Smart.
How much dollars those 3 shots of Patron cost?
They're $6 each, so that's at least 18 by Illinois standard.
Yeah, so and then people are saying that like I'm grifting too hard trying to set the goal to the grift goal to $20. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And these bitches are out here just like robbing dudes for like 3 shots of Patron like at a time. You know what I mean? This is unbelievable, bro.
I'm trying
to stick up for men.
I knew right. I kind of knew right off the bat. I had to pick her up. And I got a vibe in the car, but I was like, I'm a gentleman. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to cancel the date on her. I'm going to make a lie, make an excuse. I guess I could have, but I was like, fuck it. I'll go out.
You could have figured all of that out by just talking with her on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not. Maybe not, but the likelihood that you would have beforehand.
Trust me, bro. The moment she got an inkling that you were a Trump supporter, you would have been like insta-blocked.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And you would have saved yourself all that time and headache. The 3 shots of Patron, better off. I mean, you would have been $18 better off. You had to put that $18 into Bitcoin,
yeah,
bro.
In that one case, maybe, but it's just an annoying game for me to play.
Well, that way, yeah.
With 18, like it's $18. If I'm working, if I'm working at the time, like $18, fucking whatever. I ate her appetizer too. Bro,
it was your appetizer. You're paying for it. What do you mean you ate her appetizer? This is what I'm saying. Women have men's heads fucked, bro.
No,
you pay for the meal, but somehow it's still hers. You pay for the house, but somehow it's still hers.
She even offered to pay, and I was like, no, because it's not my thing.
Oh my god, bro! He had the golden ticket in his hand.
I don't even know if she could have. I think it might have been a bullshit.
You should have found out, at least for the giggles. I would have found out. Although I wouldn't have been in that situation in the first place, because I would have talked to this person on the phone and established at least a little bit of what my worldview was. I would have tested the waters for sure. And if voting for Trump is a problem, then I'm not.
Where did I meet this fucking chick at? I don't even remember. This is like.
Is it a dating app?
6-7 years ago. No, it wasn't on a dating app. Fuck.
Hold on, that even complicates your point even more, because then you should have known before you even went on the date, based on the logic of you met her in person, and you can tell that immediately.
No, basically, your story's got more holes than Swiss cheese, bruh.
Listen,
yeah, a little bit.
I didn't meet her. It's not somebody that I worked with, or like, you know, hey, I went in and seen this chick all the time. Like I'm talking, like I go into the bank fucking once a week or whatever, and do my business. Where the fuck did I meet her? I don't even fucking remember where I met the chick at.
But your initial
it actually could have been a dating app.
But your initial line of logic is, well, I mean, that screws that up. But if you met her in the bank and you saw her once or twice, doesn't that go like with what you were saying on being in person? You can judge way better, but yet you ended up finding out later that she's anti-Trump, which, I mean, you could have figured out in a text message.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're talking to somebody on a daily basis or a weekly basis, I mean, a few times, I'm not saying you're gonna find out a lot about it, but you can get an idea like, hey, maybe I'd like to take this chick out. That's not what I'm saying. It's the date. It's the one-on-one. You know. And fuck it. I'd rather if she turns out to be a freaking crazy freaking anti-Trump or psycho, whatever. I'd never let that happen again. That part I'd never let happen again. Like I put my politics in the open. I got the stickers on my car.
See, but that's like a standard you hold, right? Which could be apparent through conversations before a first date.
Well, see, this was back in like this was longer than 6-7 years ago. This was, I think, after Trump had just got elected. It was probably like 2017, where it wasn't that crazy like that yet. You know what I mean? And
kind of that's semantic, isn't it?
I couldn't believe it. It's a different world now. Now you expect it. Now I expect most women to be like that. To be honest with you.
Yeah, but they're not all like that. But like
they're not all like that.
This is what I'm saying, though. I think you miss an opportunity, though, because when you do it by text, you have the time to think about. Because like as soon as like she sends you that message, do you realize, oh, this bitch is anti-Trump. This is not going to work, right?
This bitch don't know about Pangea.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like you have that a rare opportunity to troll, gentlemen, to play the fool, to play the trickster. No. Hear me out, because you could have strung her along and said, "Oh my God, I fucking hate Trump too. Can you see what he's doing to the whole trans movement?" And then let her type out a full fucking paragraph of how Trump and Spurg and Trump this and trans this and all this kind of shit. And then you basically end her with, "Yeah, because we need to make sure the trans thing goes ahead so we can sterilize the gays." And then, like I said, you're going to get yourself a viral moment from that one. I can guarantee you.
Hold on. I can switch it too. Like, it doesn't have to be about Trump. Like, what if I am wholeheartedly dedicated to the Baconator at Wendy's, but this chick that I'm interested in, and I, court her or whatever, I find out she's a huge McDonald's fan. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. And I know that before I go to Wendy's.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm talking about when they want to go on with this shit for fucking 2-3 weeks. Or even a week.
I could go on.
But when you say, one sec, I just want to clarify. When you say when women go on for 2-3 weeks, it's like, yeah, that's women.
Mm-hmm.
Like they do that shit in person. Like that's the same thing they do in person.
Well, I could weed them out in 2 days. Like, I met this chick. She was a waitress at Applebee's. Okay. She texts. We talked over the phone, and she's like, "Oh, just so you know, I'm a vampire." I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm not saying I'm opposed to any talking to them at all, but I just don't want it to go on for like 2 weeks before I gotta wait to get to this day. I could find out if you're a fucking crazy liberal in a couple of texts or in a 5-minute phone call.
But you didn't.
What's that? In that particular case, I didn't, because I didn't expect it to happen. Like, that was like the first of these times. It was never like that before. I've been with women that shared the opposite political views, and it wasn't a freaking problem. But most of them didn't even vote anyway, so it like kind of didn't matter, as long as they shared the same values. But now it's like such a divide that it's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
But how do you know? Like, isn't it pretty simple? Like, how would you know?
Like, think of it this way, right?
I'm not saying I could get that done. Obviously, you meet a girl. If you don't set the date up right there on the spot, that almost never fucking happens. Okay, you're gonna talk first on the phone, even if it's. I don't mind if it's for like a couple hours or like a day or two. It's like, okay, I can't do nothing this weekend, so I gotta wait.
Why does it even have to be like that? Why can't it just be like, hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm all right. And then like a day later, it's like, hey, how was your day at work? Oh,
I'm fine.
I had to stock a lot of weed.
Just not for like two fucking weeks. They want to waste my time for 2 fucking weeks.
That's
and it's usually it's sometimes it's meaningless. So I'm not feeling it, and I'm just out.
Isn't that a sign in itself? Like, hey, this chick is nagging the shit out of me. Isn't that a sign right there that like I'm not interested in this?
Yeah, but it's tough because all women are freaking like all women are basically like if I'm in a relationship, I'll take your venting and all that shit.
Only
you know I mean? Like, you're my wife. You're my wife. You're my girlfriend. You can call me. You can call me at work. Tell me you're having a bad day. This and that. But I've had
established she's your girlfriend.
How do I establish they're my girlfriend?
Was it a first date or is it through a line of communication?
It's a line of communication, and after multiple dates. I mean, second date, it's either if I agree to go on a second date, you're not seeing anybody else, and I'm not seeing anybody else.
What's the crux of the date? That's the part I'm not understanding.
To spend time with the person and know if there's chemistry there.
Can't you do that without going on an actual date?
Gotta spend time with them. It's just a thing. Maybe it's just a thing with me.
It's talking to somebody on a phone, spending time with them.
There's got to be physical chemistry too. There's got to be physical chemistry too.
Yeah, attractiveness. Yeah.
It's not even just attractiveness. I've had women that, to be honest with you,
how's it not attractiveness? Then why would you be in the relationship if you're not attracted?
Okay, there's levels of attractiveness. Okay.
Okay. Again, we're talking about marriage, the rest of your life, right?
Yeah. Well, I was engaged. We split up, and it was because she had epilepsy, and they put her on these fucking pills, and they made her fucking crazy, and I just couldn't take it anymore, and I bailed. Maybe I was wrong, but
I'm not saying that.
She left my house at 2:00 in the morning over something I said in a dream, something I did in a dream. That's fucking insane, if you ask me.
Again, that's just women, bro.
Well, and people change too. I mean, that's longevity.
This is to a different level, like physical. She physically put her hands on me and shit. Like it was, she started getting crazy. She started like really trying to change me. This and that. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was gonna go somewhere with this.
But that's not the norm, right? That would be an extenuating circumstance.
But I was gonna go somewhere with
True,
it.
true.
And I forgot where I was gonna go with it. Like from the beginning. Oh, okay. That's what I was gonna go with. She wasn't like she was attractive, but wasn't really like my type. But like the first 5 years, 6 years were great. They were great. But spending that time with her, like, and getting to know her, all of a sudden I was like, wow, you know what? Like, she really is this girl's like really beautiful. You start noticing different things. There's chemistry. There's a difference. It's in person. It's two totally different things. Like you're acting like I'm not saying like, oh, I don't want to talk to him over phone at all. I just don't want to freaking meet a girl and say, hey, you want to go out sometime? She says, yeah. And she expects me to freaking answer all her texts and freaking talk to her for like 2 weeks first. I just want to go out, and I don't want to waste that time. It's just life's too hectic. That's just me.
I think you're wasting more time by doing it that way. Is my only point.
No, I'm just wasting. I might be wasting. No, maybe a couple bucks.
That's my main point. As a filthy capitalist, right? As a leprechaun,
Listen,
why are we wasting our gold? You know what I mean?
Couple bucks.
It's hard earned.
It's a couple bucks. Yeah, it's hard earned.
I hope you're not taking
if 3 shots of Patron is just a couple bucks, then ladies and gentlemen, please send your couple bucks my way. I will take many's off the $20 or whatever the fuck, $18 it would cost, some shit like that. $18, man, that's a lot of money.
Listen, you should see where I donate to all these other channels. Okay, I gave like 300 to the Crucible in one night. Okay, right now I just had to lay out a shit ton of money for stuff. Let's just leave it at that.
I get you. But next time, don't forget about your boy Pepe.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? I got some pots of gold. I got the fields.
Sometimes money's easier to spend than others. If you spend it carelessly all the time, then you wind up not having it.
Where's the cash?
Yeah, it's like Christmas. You know what I mean?
Where's the cash?
Like everybody has cash at Christmas, like that. Like bonuses are going out, birthdays, fucking Christmas, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
I'm just glad my dad like basically beat it into me when as soon as I had my kid. You know, you gotta start saving your money. You gotta open up a Roth IRA. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. You know, otherwise you're gonna have nothing. And I do union work, so I have pension, annuity, and all that shit. But you know what? That could get taken away. Like that could disappear. I understand the stock market's a gamble, but
you know how you prevent it from being taken away? By getting to know a bitch before you date her.
Also true. Well, think about this, gentlemen.
Not always. You could. They can lie to you too. You know, they can lie to you over the phone too.
But if I was a homeless man,
here we go,
and I had no bank account, and a billionaire takes out a loan that puts him in billion debt, am I more wealthy than the billionaire as the homeless man?
Wait, say it again.
Yes.
If I'm homeless, I got no money, I don't even got a bank account, and some dude takes out a huge loan and puts himself into debt, am I more wealthy than the dude in debt?
Oh, a
homeless man?
Yeah. I have no debt. I love it. My house is finally paid off. I don't finance vehicles. I don't do none of that shit. If I can't buy it in cash, I do not buy it. I finance.
You get to know a girl before you date her.
Hey, fuck it. Even if they're even if they turn out to be a crazy liberal bitch, she's a good looking one. I get to look at her pretty face for 15 minutes before the shit hits the fan. Whatever. I don't fucking care, man.
That's simple.
I'm just traditional. I don't know. I just
not traditional. That's simp.
this whole no, it isn't.
Yeah,
this
it
whole
is.
this whole talking over the phone. No, like I don't know. I
I hear your
purposes
point. You're
like
just
this-
not willing to say it. You just want to bang. It's okay. You can
No,
say
it's
you
not
just want to bang.
no, it's not what it's about. It's not what it's about. My right hand to God. I just check over my house. Okay. And she actually got pissed at me because I wouldn't sleep with her. It was on the second date.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying.
Come on, bro. Come on.
100%.
Come on.
100%.
The
100%.
polygraph is exploded.
I don't
You
care.
blew
I
up
don't
the
care what you
polygraph
think.
test.
I don't care what
Yeah.
you think. I right-handed God. I'm telling you. I don't know a girl well enough. She could have freaking 2 other dudes could have fucking just.
Have you ever banged on the first date?
Have I? Well, oh yeah. When I
Or
was like
before?
in my
Or
early
before the first
20s, teens, hell yeah, I have. For sure.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
Bro, come on. Come on, you're playing with the memester here. Do you know what I mean? Like this whole thing like that, like
I used to do all kinds of fucking. I used to go to rave parties. I was a totally different individual. And
yeah,
I went on 2 dates with this chick. It was within the same week, and I liked her too. Like she's pretty and everything, and it was just I don't know, man. Like she came on to me, and it was just I was like I don't know you, like you know what I mean? Like I don't know. That's not what I'm about, because the last relationship that I was long-term relationship I was in with my fiance, we started banging after like a couple weeks, and it was just like nonstop, and that fizzles out after a while. You know what I mean? I mean, it's always
you need
gonna
something
fizzle.
more. You need the conversation, the dialect.
The chase.
I wouldn't necessarily say the chase, but folks, we have reached the end of the show. But thankfully, our boy Kieran, the Australian, the G'day, mate.
What's going on? I'm just waiting for a mate. Is that
Just waiting for mate. So I'm going to be sending this in to Kieran. So I think pretty sure he does the open panel as well. So make sure you give him a like. Make sure you give him a sub. Want to give a shout out to Dart and our boy, was it Aaron Scopolis? Aaron Scoliosis, or Pseudomaster from chat. Appreciate you stopping by in the chat. Folks, this has been a damn good show. I'll see you in around the same time tomorrow. For now, I'll see you later.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.